Howdy, howdy.
Howdy.
Here we all are.
Good evening.
I'm here.
Good evening.
Hello, everyone.
I am.
Yeah, there still is
Still-
the option.
We're celebrating that I'm still alive.
Oh,
Happy
That's
birthday.
good.
Thank you, thank you,
yes, happy birthday.
thank you, thank you. I have napped all day today, and it was fabulous. And got my beauty rest.
I did absolutely nothing, and it was
Good.
everything I thought it could be.
Good, good. I am so happy about that. I love when people do absolutely nothing. Just
Yeah, that's my plans.
Just relax. Oh, I need to get Azo a link.
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't give me the option to share, so I can't give anybody a link.
See, this is nice for me because to have this nice little kind of like chill time because I've been like, I've had to ignore people because I've just been working my ass off on content all this month, and I've had a few breaks. And this is one of those few I've been looking forward to where I can just like chill and not have to like be writing a script or editing or something. Or
Yeah,
so I'm just kind of like, I can finally take a break. So
yeah. You stay busy. You are pumping out that content.
Yeah.
trying to a lot of silliness to respond to.
Always is.
The atheist space will never run out of sweet content.
No. Yeah, Christopher Hitchens was right. You never know what they're going to say.
This is so true. This is so true.
You never know what they're going to say, so there's always something to talk about.
Earl, where am I from? I am from North Carolina. I'm originally from the Outer Banks. So, but my parents are from Ohio and Michigan, so my vowels are all over the place.
That explains it. Okay.
Yeah.
That explains it.
It explains a lot. And my dad's from Toledo, so like there's this very specific Toledo
Accent. Yes,
accent.
there is.
Yes, it's very
I've
nasal.
experienced it many times. So,
It's very nasal, and whenever I see like, my cousins and stuff, I'm like, tone that down. They think I sound like a hick, but I don't hear it. I did get significantly more bumpkin after I met my ex-husband because he was out from the cut, so he was like it was real thick for him. He had a very thick Southern accent, and I picked up some of his bad habits.
yeah.
And they kind of stuck. So, no, all right.
All right.
Yeah, Outer Banks, first flight. There aren't many of us actual natives. Most of the people are from elsewhere. You know, they came and had a vacation and loved it, and then we call them halfbacks. Most people are from like up north, like New York. They go to Florida. They said, oh, too hot. They come halfway back and come to North Carolina. So like, okay, well, there's seasons here, I guess, you know, so it's a little more comfortable for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I could never take not having 4 seasons. So I tried that for a year and a half. It doesn't work.
Yeah. The Outer Banks is a little weird just because it's right on the ocean. It juts out so far. It's really close to the jets, the stream, you know, the Gulf Stream. Yeah. So it messes with the seasons a little bit there because when you go inland, like where I am right now, you get 4 full seasons, but out there you get it's like summer and then it's winter. And then it's winter and then it's summer again. You know, there's very, very brief spring and fall. And because there's not a whole lot of, it's very scrubby, you know, because it's sand everywhere. So you don't get like the big blooms and, you know, the fall colors and all that kind of stuff. It just sort of turns to shit pretty quick.
Oh, he's here. Azo's here. He's in the private chat.
Yeah, I saw him. I sent him the link. He's like, I don't have a link. I was like, I sent you a link like ages ago. And it's right there. But you know,
He's
scrolling.
backstage.
He is? Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
scroll down.
We didn't want you to bad, though.
Very.
Is this because I'm Orthodox or what?
Sorry,
I'm very full of grace. They make me sit back by myself.
I'm technologically inept. I am the worst.
And I'm
God,
screaming at the monitor. I don't care you got a bra on, girl. Hit the button.
I did put a bra on for this.
So did I for this.
Pink. Hopefully it's pink.
Oh, wait, I'm the shy guy. I better be quiet.
Okay, whatever.
Right.
Right.
You're the shy guy.
I just don't want to get fired this soon.
Don't want to get fired. First day at work.
Yeah. Is it too soon to ask for a day off?
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't get
Actually,
days
yes.
off when you're a Christian.
I never work on my birthday. I never work on my birthday. I had the option. There were several jobs lined up today, and I was like, nope. I haven't worked on my birthday for the entirety of my dental career. I refuse. Because
I do.
Jesus gets a whole fucking day, so I do too. That's just how I feel about it.
Yeah.
If I gotta compete with Jesus, then I at least get one day off. Bastard.
Jeez.
Just kidding, Mom.
Jeez, I was gonna say why? What the hell?
There's going to be a special place in hell for Earl.
If your birthday got forgotten virtually every fucking year of your entire, adolescence and most of your early adulthood, because now I've streamed the last couple of years, so I sort of force people to pay attention.
Okay, well, that's a way to do it. Yeah.
Because my poor ego just can't handle it anymore. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've
So,
got
how
to
was
watch that. So.
How was everybody's Christmas anyway?
I cleaned my apartment. I cleaned the shit out of my apartment. I was unloading the dishes from the dishwasher, and the little tray that you put all your silverware in. I was like, is that a crumb of something? And I was like, I started looking around. I was like, oh, that's a hair. Like, okay, this is
we're
gross.
all streaming
And so-
together, Maud.
Took all that off and washed that, and then all of a sudden, before I knew it, I was like, I washed all the things that I don't normally touch that were getting like a little coating of dust. So I cleaned the whole kitchen, and then before I knew it, then there was laundry happening, and then I was shampooing the carpets, and then it was like, it's that autistic focus, man. It comes in handy sometimes.
I can relate. I
Get
definitely
shit
relate.
done. No.
She even cleaned her vacuum cleaner.
I did. I even cleaned my vacuum cleaner.
And she was so proud
That's how
of that.
ridiculous it got. Yeah, both of them. I cleaned both of them. I've got two Dyson, so I've got a one of the canister, like the big boy canister ones, and I've got just a little stick vacuum that's trying really hard to die, and I'm trying to just sort of limp it along. But you have to. They don't tell you when you get this bajillion-dollar vacuum cleaner that you have to take it apart and rearrange its innards to make it work properly. It's fucking obnoxious.
I got an idea. Ed
You need special little tools and shit.
Preacher, just have him lay hands on it. Maybe he's still got a little bit of juice with God.
For my Pentecostal days, sure.
Really? I mean, there got to be something from the package when you left.
I don't know.
Forgive me.
I laid hands on a lot of things. I don't know if I've done a vacuum before.
Were you tongues or snakes?
Tongues mostly.
Gotcha.
We're the more Orthodox Pentecostals in the Assemblies of God. We don't do the snake thing. No.
It's funny.
Orthodox Pentecostal.
It's funny because there's certain things about certain faiths or certain sects of Christianity that you can follow like that. So, but I find that the Mormons find it funny when when someone says, "Oh, I'm a Mormon, Church of Latter-day Saints." They're like, "Oh, are you a Paradise plus one or Paradise plus two?" And they get that and they laugh because of the multiple afterlives that you can get. Yes. You can get Paradise like this, and they'll laugh. Like, you're funny like that. But the Pentecostals never laugh when I say tongues or snakes. They're like,
I think that's hilarious.
And they just kind of like, it was like, so I'm glad that,
Oh.
but I find the ex-Pentecostals are able to enjoy that joke.
Oh,
They can be like,
I think that's
get it."
hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's the Assembly's God, I think, made a statement about snake handling, that it's not something that you're just supposed to go out on purpose doing. So they
I
changed.
think-
They have.
I think public opinion kind of turned when the video of that one guy who'd been like raised snake handle like that was bitten in the face by a diamondback rattlesnake that he was holding. He was like, it bit him in the face and he died like 4 hours later because he was like, I'm okay. And then as the sermon's going on, he's like getting progressively worse.
Yeah.
And they finally
I
had
remember that.
and they rushed to the hot, and it was like full on. The camera's right there. He's going like, yeah, like that. You see that snake, and just tagged him in the side of the face. It's like, oops, yeah, that's not good.
Wow.
And so, but he wound up croaking because of it. I was like, oof.
Damn.
Yeah, he just
Didn't, like immediately go to the hospital. What a dumbass!
Oh,
Do you think
no.
like Jesus was gonna save him? or
Power
something?
of faith.
They
man.
believe
Power
that.
of Christ will compel. Yeah, okay. Power
What,
of
the
Christ.
It's
kid
a
you
long.
didn't like
It's that longer ending of Mark thing where it says you can take up snakes and they won't harm you, and they take that very literally. So
Yeah, the power of faith will definitely override the effects of hemotoxins. So we'll just say that.
You should have repented before he
Do we
handled the
know,
snake.
like, do they have any like studies where they've gone in and like seen if these guys do get hurt by snakes? I mean, I don't know. I don't believe that. Obviously.
the few I saw, and over the years, you have some of these people just develop a natural increased immunity to toxins over time because they get bit like a little bit and they get a little bit more and a little bit more, and by the time they're done, they're immune. But others I've seen people have died later. Like the one guy on video is probably just one of many that has been bitten during a service, and they didn't make it later. So
I have heard of some churches where they will actually they'll do it. It's actually they'll have a twofold operation. Is that they'll have venomous snakes, and then they actually will, before they bring them out for services, that they actually milk them. In the event that someone does get bitten, they'll actually milk them, and then they take that venom that they have harvested, and they will sell that venom for research purposes, and either they'll donate it and get tax write-offs or whatever they do like this. But it's twofold. So they do a good thing by using their access to the snakes, and then turn around and have the spectacle, I want to say like that, of the showmanship, and people are at minimum risk because the snakes are already harvested, so you're good to go. So,
well, you know how they make anti-venom, right?
From venom, yeah.
Yeah, but it's from horses, because horses have a natural anti-venom in their blood. So they basically have these horses on farms, and then they just kind of inject them with it, and then they get out the white blood cells that kill the venom. It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
And the snake, so horses live. They have a good life. I mean, obviously, it's going to be awesome because it doesn't affect them like it does people. But yeah. There's some science for you from the Christian.
Well, there's science everywhere. You just gotta. There's just too much to know anymore for any one person to know it anymore. So.
Very true.
Mm-hmm.
I think Boris Valkai just had he put on a short. He's obviously very sick. Poor thing.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, it's like
he's like, science is everywhere. Go back to bed, doofus.
Like I'm so sick and I have no energy, and I feel like warmed over death. Here's a science lesson that inspired me. Like,
he looked rough.
Dude's got the shakes, and he's like, "This reminds me of something."
He looked gray. He always looked so like pink and healthy and like upbeat and stuff. And he looked gray. Like whatever funk he's got is it's rough. Oof. Oh man. Let's see. Who else? Who else is here? Oh, my simp is here.
Which one? All of them?
Odin. I make him sandwiches.
You make him sandwiches.
Well,
Okay.
that's bullshit. I'm leaving. You didn't make me nothing. And
You
I even
don't
played
say-
your therapist Wednesday
You got
night.
you got a sandwich. You got to come on, bring it on.
Oh man.
I think Ed's just trying to wake up.
I got up a couple hours ago, so I've been sleeping all day.
I got up around 3, and then it's like, okay, well, I guess I need to take a shower, and then that turned into a whole thing. Because oh my god, okay, I'm gonna fuck it. That's what the stream's for. I'm gonna share too much with you people. So
Again.
as per usual, because you know,
Just watch the last
filters.
video on my station, on my channel. You'll see what we're talking about.
What's a filter? And the more of this I drink, the worse it's gonna get. So just
It's about the
be prepared.
30-minute mark, I think. Anyway, I don't remember.
In vino veritas.
For about 10 minutes, you understand what she does and doesn't like. I'll wind it down. She doesn't like wieners per se, and she hates everybody. There you go. It took me 30 seconds to wrap up what it took her 10 minutes.
Nailed it, Azo.
And without the foreskin reference.
Yeah. I'm not fucking a Sharpay. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing it.
Here we go, Sharpay again.
I draw the line. I
She did
draw the line at
preface it without
Schmeg.
saying, I'm not, about genital mutilation, but
Yeah, but I draw the line at Schmegma. I am allowed to have preferences. So speaking of which, so
What do you think? What do you think? I call it the Unabomber. Because it's
a little helmet.
it's got a hood.
well, that's where that old Nazi bastard went. Under the helmet.
Oh god. So I'm messaging one of my friends and he's having a crisis, right? So I'm like trying to talk him through his crisis. And then we sort of talk him like through that. And then as I'm talking to him, then I am getting texts from this guy who I've known for years. I've been sort of secretly in love with him for like ages, but he's emotionally unavailable. And he's got kids, and so it just makes things complicated. We live literally like 90 seconds from each other. It's like the next little neighborhood over. We have no excuse, basically, is what I'm saying. But could never quite like make it work. And he is a sexy man. He's a very sexy man. But we haven't really seen each other.
Can we take a shower or something?
Wait, who?
I mean,
Who?
I'm kind of wondering.
This man I've been secretly in love with for like 4 years.
Does he know?
No.
No, seriously, boy.
Don't tell him.
He knows that I wanted to like have a serious relationship with him. But because he again was emotionally unavailable, he kind of hides behind his children a little bit. I have told him this if he watches this later, because I did tell him I was streaming. So if he watches this later, hi honey.
Don't watch Azo's show.
So now he
Yeah. That bitch don't do what? I'm out.
But he texts me because for my birthday and happy early birthday and all that kind of stuff and then he asked me what I was gonna do for my birthday. I messaged my piercer and I'm gonna get 2 more holes put in because I'm addicted and I have issues. And I'm doing that tomorrow, so that's exciting. But I sent him a picture, like I put 2 little dots where the piercings are going to be, and I sent him a picture. It was like dots equal like where the jewelry's going to be. But he hadn't seen that I had cut all my hair off. Last time he had seen me, I had all the curls and the long hair. And he's like, "Oh, short hair." And I was like, I shaved it off. I took, a half-inch guard, and I was inspired by Rationality Rules. He's got that like kind of a mohawk sort of thing. Anyway, side tangent. So he said, I've never been with a girl who's got hair shorter than me. When I met him, he had gorgeous, like, long hair. He's sort of a silver fox kind of guy, like smoke show. So then we continue on for the conversation. Then all of a sudden it dawns on me, and I was like, wait a damn minute. Like,
are you sure this isn't JL?
You want to be with me? Like, it totally passed, and you want to be with me? Because I'm like, So then, yada, 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 sexy time, yada, yada, yada. And then I'm panicking, right? Because I haven't even hugged another human in months. Like, I go great expanses of time without actually like physically touching another person. That isn't a way that I do in dentistry, because I physically touch people all day, but in a like intimate kind of way. Like, I haven't had sex in like years. I don't miss it. So all of a sudden I'm like faced with this, and I'm like, and then I realize it's winter and I live alone and I haven't shaved anything in like a hot minute. And I'm like, wait a minute. And so, because I'm trying to find an excuse to get out of this off. Because I'm like, this is a booty hole. This is not fair. This is short, last minute. Like, how am I expected to do this? But I'm also being a pussy. Like, what the fuck? And so I'm trying to come up with an excuse. And that was my excuse was, sorry, can't, I'm fuzzy. And so the shower today turned into a marathon of like, all the things trying to unfuzz myself, and it's like an hour with power tools. I was like, for fuck's sake.
I have the most confused erection right now.
Whoa.
Like, it doesn't know whether it's it's going up or down. I'm not sure. It's going to figure it out eventually.
Is it retracting, or is it interested, or is it like a turtle? Like,
it's totally mind independent at this point. So eventually the tool will sync back up. But with us guys, they operate. It's like octopus arms. Each one's got its own thing going on until eventually, target, and then we all go in that direction. So,
inflatable car guy, crazy dude. We had this fail before.
We're kind of like figuring stuff out like this, like that. Yeah. Then we see what we want. We go, and then we go after. There you go. So
yeah. So yeah, that worked, and sorry, had fuzzy can't boink, too fuzzed, and. So that shower that I was just like, I need to take a shower. And then I was like, because it's easier to like keep it up than it is to like start from scratch. So, and of course, then I text him and say, okay, I'm unfuzzed. And he goes, I got the kids tonight. I was like,
she's in there with the hedge trimmer.
What the hell? She backed up a tractor with a bush hog.
Oh yeah, I had my dilapidator thingy on my legs, and then the new razors all over the place, and it's like, good God, razors have been places that
arm day today exercises.
Excuse me?
I said you didn't have to do your arm exercises today with all that bush beating.
I had to. It's a good thing I'm flexible. That's all I gotta say.
Yes, guys, she is. Bendy.
You gotta get in some weird ass positions to wax your ass. It's just it is just really uncomfy.
Oh, that's right. There's nothing up there. What am I doing?
That was beautiful.
Yeah. So There you go. Enjoy. now,
I will.
Now y'all know way too much about me.
Oh man.
I still have no idea how I'm going to be like naked with a man. I don't, and honestly,
it's actually really easy.
Is it? Because it doesn't feel easy. I feel terrified. Like I'm dying.
You pretty much just got to stand there and he'll do it for you. So there's no effort involved. I mean, really, you just got to be like,
speaking truth.
Just be like, and you're good.
Yeah, but then it's the after part. There's like,
I thought you meant the lying there and crying about how, you know.
It kind of makes me think about that movie where they only do it in digital, you know, where they're like, what is it? It's got
Demolition Man.
The guy from
I
think so.
Demolition Man. Stallone and Sandra Bullock.
Yep, that's him.
Ew, you got body fluid
transfer. Oh,
yeah.
Oh my God! Just blow your nose on my face. What the fuck?
there's goop involved. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, this has been rattling around in my brain like most of the day, and I'm like, how the fuck am I going to do this?
I get this weird feeling that the people there's been a lot of uncoordinated guys in your past. I'm just, I don't know what to do with it.
No, I have had.
It's like a fire hose.
No, I have had excellent sex. I actually started out my sex life in the best possible way ever. He and I were best friends in middle school. Then we ended up dating all through high school. It was our first time together. We were comfortable. Every new thing had a conversation and enthusiastic consent. And I was on birth control. He used condoms just in case, so we didn't become, teenage statistics. And we did all the things, and we did it all with, it was a very loving, respectful, lovely kind of relationship. And then I went to college and it all kind of went to shit there. But then I, over the years, have had fabulous sex. It's been since there were things that happened that I'm not going to go through because it's my birthday and I don't feel like trauma dumping all over everybody. But shit got ugly and things happened that shouldn't have. And I am a traumatized, weird little autistic person. So I already have like touch aversion that has only gotten worse. And then the pandemic sort of caused me to, I'm rather agoraphobic. And so having people like in my space and then leaving to go to other people's spaces is, already a little weird. Basically, as I've gotten older, I've just gotten weirder, but like my past was fine for the most part, sexually speaking. Several hiccups, but like generally overall, I'd say pretty healthy. Big spikes and unhealthy, but like mostly good.
I can tell when everybody's considering why am I here?
Honestly, I'm reminiscing because I shit you not. I was a Catholic rabbit. So honestly, I was. It was kind of like, and it was weird because I never thought very highly of myself as like, like the physical. I'm not a physical specimen to that degree, but I never, it was kind of like, it was surprising, how often, you get it. You even when you're young, how often you can get it when you're younger. And it was kind of like, He Black says, "What is a Catholic rabbit?" just put those things together, just like breeding all the
married before you did it, at least.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
he knows exactly what it is.
On both sides of the fence, because guys and girls, just like whatever. I guess we're young in that respect, but yeah, that's I'm just sitting there thinking back on my youth and like, holy shit,
Mm-hmm.
Surprised I don't look like Johnny Depp at the end of The Libertine. For those who've seen that movie, it's kind of an obscure little reference there. So,
but yeah, he looked rough.
Yeah, he looked rough.
That was a good movie, though. Very good movie. Weird, yeah, weird, very weird movie, but good movie. Yeah, I don't envy his makeup artist. Woof.
I think it's because I no qualms like it's not the physicality. I'm never concerned about that. And so everybody has something that they can offer, and that I always have a singular goal is that they get theirs before I ever get mine. That's always been my preoccupied factor. So I'm always focused on them, and then because I can always get mine whenever. I'm not worried about me, but them. I want to make sure it's like everything that they need like that. So I'm like, okay, you're good to go. Now just go. Yeah, let's go deal with myself. So,
I am completely selfish. I will get mine one way or another.
I will.
If it takes my army of little vibrating friends, we're getting there.
Oh my gosh!
I don't
We're
care.
back.
How can we how can we compete with that? It'd be like
I wish I could put batteries in dicks. I really do, but I just plug you in, let you go.
It's called B12 injections. That's what it's about.
Lots of
B12 injections and a Monster Energy drink.
Yep, for sure.
Oh, man.
Because that's what grown adults do. They get together on the online and they talk about sex.
Indeed. I was just, no, I'm not going to say that out loud. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, hold back now, girl.
Man, yep, I am shutting up now. I had a thought. It needs to stay an inside thought. Not always good about catching them before they run off. Oh man. I have a little gatekeeper. He's a lazy motherfucker. He just sort of like sits there and lets me spill like the dumbest fucking shit and then goes, "Oh, oops, I had a job."
Yeah, we might have the same one.
Probably why I get in so much trouble.
Dean's still at the bush trimming. And I think he's talking about trimming his own bush.
Well,
I know. I wish we could highlight comments for you.
Oh,
I know you don't feel like doing it.
I don't know if she can see to do it.
Can't you?
She only had a little bit too. Damn.
That's
why she left
class.
her.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
This is my first class. Won't be my last. And that's the way I love it. Oh God. I'm reading back through the comments and I'm like, what the fuck?
I know. Crazy people out here.
Yeah,
Wait, I was talking. That's what happened. I said dumb shit.
You get them all mesmerized. They all quit listening to you and they're back on my stream 2 nights ago wondering what the hell happened and what was said. Well, catch this one up later. I can see JL and Ed anytime, but I want to know what happened on Asshole Stream.
There was a scritching spider and a chicken with pants, and then
Orthodox.
blowjobs, yada yada yada. That basically sums it up. Yeah.
Everybody's like curious now.
Watch that after this.
Tell us all about it. Yeah, you don't want to know, guys.
They're interchangeable, really.
I mean, I do. I am all on board with the don't mutilate babies thing. But like,
here we go, part 2.
but as as a woman that has to like be up close and personal with one of those things, like I don't want a Sharpay. I just.
And I think that's the same thing she made Wednesday night too.
Yeah. Too many wrinkles. Nope.
I'm sorry. It's like it had to be up close and personal.
Ed's totally
like,
speechless.
Again, it's like
Earl lied to us all. This ain't her birthday party. This is fucking therapy.
Just like avoid that shit. Avoiding it like it's a dune worm. It's like, yeah, I'd rather not. It's like, don't make too much noise.
You might wake it up. Yeah.
Oh shit, it's coming for me.
Oh, it spit up. Oh.
I can't wait
Relax
to see
and
clips
shut
from
it
this
down.
show.
This doesn't taste like spice at all.
Is that pineapple? What the fuck?
Well, I drank extra pineapple.
This was the chaos I wanted.
Oh.
This is the chaos you wanted. Okay, fair enough.
This is
What, you don't like pina coladas? What? Quit your bitching. Pineapple's good for the skin, I heard.
Taste of pina colada, yes. Consistency, not so much.
Oh, you're splitting hairs, JL.
Yeah, if you're doing that, you need liquids. You are very dehydrated.
See, Dr. Ruth never died. Earl lives on. You'll take
The reincarnation of Dr. Ruth. God, I used to love, like, my parents would go to sleep and because they would play her on MTV like super late at night and sneak downstairs and like, and then there was a show, I think it was called True Sex that was on MTV and it was like softcore porn basically, and my little brain was like,
I could have sworn that was on HBO.
That's what I was thinking. Real sex.
Real sex, yeah, real sex
Real
was on
Sex.
HBO.
I heard. Somebody told me. So I've never.
There was one that was on
Okay,
MTV that was real late.
I watched it for the articles.
I'll watch it for the article.
Right. I did
Just
not.
coughed that. What was it? Somebody was
I'll
telling
talk
me they
slower,
watched.
Logic. Can get my jokes.
They
forgot
said they watched.
Good girl.
You know,
They
it's
watched,
actually
I like
it's
movies.
actually funny because people would say like, oh yeah, I read for the interviews or something like this, like with Playboy. But when you sit down and actually read a Playboy interview, they're actually quite compelling. There have been a couple issues of Playboy I picked up because I knew somebody like somebody I was aware of, like when
Their journalists were decent.
when James Hetfield and Lars Ulrich, when Hetfield and Ulrich sat down for an interview, the Playboy met with Playboy. I was like, I got them just for that interview. It was like I didn't care who was on the cover, and I was like, but I wanted to read that because it was shortly after the whole Napster fiasco.
Right.
And I was like, I wanted to read that. So yeah, I mean, I have gotten it for the articles or for the interviews. So.
Well, look at you, you fancy thing.
No, you know me. High-end publishing, Playboy magazine.
Sophisticated.
I lament the death of like physical media.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still like I've been on a tear lately where I've been buying like physical copies of books and DVDs and stuff because I don't know why I want like the thing. I don't trust like Amazon to live forever and to have all the things like in perpetuity sitting there, even though I bought it, because there's a whole, I was reading an article online, of course, because where else do you get them? But talking about the how everything has become a subscription service. Have you seen that? I think it's BMW makes you sign up for a subscription to use the heated seats that you paid for
Holy.
in the car that you bought. You have to purchase a subscription, monthly subscription that you have to pay to use your heated seats that you purchased. Like,
yeah, soon they won't even need to they won't need spike strips. They'll just be able to turn your car off like they do on what's that show called where they bait car where they have like a bait car out in a bad neighborhood and they'll wait for someone to get in it and they'll be going down the road.
Isn't there a movie about or is that real life? I don't know anymore. Where they hack into, like Teslas and shit and like.
Well, they ain't gonna need to hack. It's just there.
You can hack into cars if you want to. You can do that.
Fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
That's why I drive older cars.
I've never driven an automatic. All my cars have been a stick shift. I have no idea how I'm supposed. Like my next car, eventually, because this one's paid for and I love it dearly, but like eventually, she's going to die and I'm going to need a new one. And I'm going to get the Mustang, the Mach E. It's like their Mustang, but like a SUV. So you still get the like 420 horsepower. But like with 4 doors. So, but all of them are there. It's an electric vehicle. I have no idea how electric vehicles are supposed to work in an apartment complex. Do I just like hook it up here and then run it out my window? Like, how the fuck is that supposed to work? And then, but even and Ford went through because several companies have been going through lawsuits because they're doing this subscription service with their cars. So you purchase the car, but then you only get like a teeny tiny fraction of the actual benefits of the car that you purchased. And then you have to pay a monthly subscription to use those things. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I imagine they're going to get sued over that because you bought the car and you should be allowed to use every piece of equipment on it.
They've already been sued. BMW, I don't think has gone through theirs yet, but I know Ford has gone through theirs, and so it was like their blue something.
That.
Yeah,
my neighbor just bought a treadmill, and she can't use it until she pays the subscription for it.
Right,
it's insane. I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, I think they're going to start losing those because you paid for the item, you should be allowed to use the item to its fullest extent without a subscription.
I think HP made printers.
Yep, they did. They're the ones that started that.
Yeah, and they had like this lady had so many, and she printed and everything was fine, and then the next month she's trying to print something and nothing will print. HP actually goes in and shuts off her printer until she buys a subscription service to then essentially buy the page when she had a full thing of ink in there that was perfectly fine, but they null and void it until she pays a subscription for her to use the shit that she bought. Like, we are living in a fucking dystopia.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt
this is a capitalistic.
Oh boy, this is Christian territory. I better get out of here.
My buddy just bought a electric car. They have 3 different options for the charger. Each one obviously goes, it's quicker and quicker and quicker. So there's like a tier to it. Well, he went to get it installed because he got the best one because he needed quick charge. Cost him another $3,000 to get a brand new box because you've got to be able to handle that kind of wattage or amperage.
Right. They have to put in a special box in your car.
And that shit ain't cheap to do.
No.
I don't care what they say.
And it's several $1,000s to hook it up. And when you have a house, that's fine. You can put it in, a garage space or whatever and tuck it down in there. But like an apartment complex and they ain't upgrading shit. I've seen a couple of electric vehicles and they literally have an enormous extension cord going all the way to their apartment complex to run it back out to their car. I've only seen maybe 2 or 3. There's not a whole lot, but like eventually apartment complexes are going to have to put that in because I don't see how they're going to like they're certainly not going to go back to gas anytime soon. Like it's the only way forward. But and then I don't even, do you guys know how this works? Like when you're out of power and you're driving somewhere, you have to just like go to a gas station with a gas station with a to plug it in and then just sit around and like wait for it to charge. Like I have shit to do. Like how does it work?
Well, try going on a 2,000-mile trip in an electric car. It's not gonna be very pleasant.
Right. I mean, even just to like go to my parents' house, I was trying to like map it out and because this is like North Carolina is a very long state. It takes 8.5 hours to go from Asheville to the Outer Banks. And there would be no way that I'd be able in an electric vehicle to go that distance on one charge. So like I know they have the little, like they come with the little apps and you can find the like little chargy spots and stuff, but what, you got to sit there for an hour while your car like gets some juice? Like you have to plan that in your
Texas in the summer.
Yeah,
and your car catches fire.
Right. Well, it's hot as fuck. And it's not like your car can just run while you're charging it. Like
well, the electric cars in Michigan do an amazing disappearance once it gets colder. They just disappear.
I was wondering about that too. Yeah.
They just disappear. They can't work up here. The batteries just they get
die
cold.
way too quick.
They die too quick.
My first car was a Volkswagen Beetle, but I got a diesel and I got it up north because they just run better. You know, they don't and they don't have spark. You know, they've got the ones that heat, the little coils, and they just run better. It also got 52 miles per gallon and had for a teeny tiny little car, it had a 12-gallon tank. And I filled that bitch up like once a month. It was fabulous. But that was before Bush decided that raising the tax on diesel was going to be a great idea. Make everything cost like 3 times as much. You know, like diesel used to be, I don't know, 35 cents less than regular back in, you know, before 2005.
Damn, you are old.
I remember that.
I
remember it.
I can remember back in the day when I was walking to school uphill through snow both directions.
Hey, you gotta be careful there. Some of us did walk to school, so
yeah. And what you think rock music is wasn't the same thing back what we had in my day, like rock music.
Nope.
We threw rocks at each other. That was called music.
Yeah. That's how it started.
And when it hit the ground, that's where you got the roll. Rock and then roll. But bump.
Oh,
my friend is just sitting there saying, just shut up, Ron. Shut up. You fully clothed devil. You go, girl.
It's full get up. It's my devil in full get up.
Oh man.
What you doing, JL? You look like you're having a strokey beard moment.
I have some. I was going through some emails that I got because I have some stuff that's coming in, and I want to make sure because there was a delay on one of them. So I was checking some stuff, and I was checking some direct messages that I got. So.
I forgot we had side chat.
From who? Tell us who they're from too. You want to read
Well, it's just I get suggestions for videos. To like for you, people will find content and they'll message me in the suggestions box, and so they'll be like, "Hey, check out this video. You should look at this." And some of them are really really good, and some of them are kind of like, "There's really not much there. There's not a lot of meat on that bone." So I was just looking at some stuff that had come in. So,
do you get hate mail?
I have only gotten since I started doing my content. I've only gotten like I would say honestly 2 pieces of like legitimate hate mail where someone like emailed me something hateful because my address I don't have a PO box but yeah like 2 they literally just emailed me to tell me to die and horrible things happen to you or like happen to me or something like this and just like really really awful stuff.
Yeah, the rape threats are always
as far as but as far as like messaging goes, I've gotten quite a lot, especially death threats. So I get it took about like 5 or 6 for me to kind of like be like, okay, I'm through with the kind of the first time you get like a legitimate death threat where someone's kind of like,
Right.
I'm gonna do this, right?
You want to burn everything, like get the fuck out of
and it was kind of like,
Yeah.
I was kind of surprised. I was kind of like, wow, this is a little scary. But once it happens 5, 6, 7 times, it's like, what are they gonna do?
Yeah.
And being a public person on the internet, like and
I'm not even that big. I don't even have 10,000. I'm not even that big of a channel, and I've got there's some cats out there who really, really, really fucking hate me. Like they hate me.
I know how that feels.
I took their toy. I took their toy, and not only just I took the toy and broke it in front of them and said, "Ha ha!"
Yeah,
it's
and
weird.
in a well articulated, like super smart kind of way too. That really
you lose. Good day, sir. I'm gonna go back to my shit.
Do any of you guys? Oh, go ahead, Ed. I know you've been trying to talk.
Well, I've gotten a lot of threats, but it's mostly like because I was a former minister, I get a lot of, I guess I would say it's like you're going to have a hotter place in hell because of your being a traitor and that kind of shit. And it's like, it's like, I get it because I'm upsetting the apple cart. I'm going into what they have this preconceived belief system. And I'm just walking in there and turning it over. And I get that. But I also feel like it's what I say all the time. It says, don't waste your time with this stuff. Okay. It's a con. It's a con. And that's how I go for it. And people who have been conned don't like the fact that you reveal the con. They get pissed off about it. Okay. They don't want to feel like they've been conned. And I don't know if I've gotten any death threats, but I have sure gotten a lot of the theological, spiritual threats over 5 years where, God's going to really get me for my treachery.
Right.
Okay. It's like,
I've lost count.
So
it's like, well, if he's going to get me, I'm right fucking here.
I'm right here.
I ain't going nowhere. It's like,
smite me, brother. Smite
if you showed up,
I would stop being a smiter.
It's like
JL. To be fair, you do have Jason in the closet. Even God ain't gonna do some
That's
people.
true. Yeah. I think it's because what I do is I go along the lines of, and I try to show things like breaks in epistemology, the fallacies that they're committing in their reasoning, and how these things. I try to expose the kind of like exploring the aspects of their worldview. What they nowadays, the two things that they really don't like, and it gets me a lot of hate, is when we're arguing, like, they're arguing for the existence of this God or whatever God they happen to believe in, and I'm the position of atheism and the fact that it's justified, and we're going along that, and then they start like going into theological arguments with me. Well, yeah, but the Bible says this, or this is the theodicy in response to the logical problem of evil. And I'm kind of like, that's all straw man, okay? Because your theology doesn't mean anything. Because your entire field of theology is just a collection of post and ad hoc rationalizations predicated on the begging the question fallacy. The thing has to exist for any of this to mean anything. So if you want that to mean something, you must first demonstrate that this thing exists independent of mind and context without begging the question. So if you can demonstrate that, then we can go and talk about these responses to the logical problem of evil and all this other stuff. But you got to do this first. They get really mad because they want to get bogged down in theological stuff, and I enjoy that. And then they really hate because I know you've had this, Ed. You get into a conversation. I know we all have. You get in that conversation, and they just start hurling chapter and verse at you. Or chapter and verse, Romans 1:20, Psalm whatever, like this. They just start hurling chapter and verse at you.
That's the claim.
And it suddenly occurred to me. It's like, hang on a sec. I know something else that hurls things at things that they want to go away. And it's chimpanzees flinging poo at stuff. It's like, go away from me. You annoy me. And I was like, so that like a Christian hurling verses at you like it means anything. It's like, if I throw enough verses at them, they'll run away from me. It's like, no, but I get the behavior now. And I realized, like, because humans do, there's a lot of comparison there. It's kind of like, holy shit. It's like they're just flinging poo at something to make it go away. It's like, and they really don't like it when you point that out. They hate that analogy.
My difference is this: is I have a degree in theology, I have a degree in biblical studies, and so when they start down that road, I'm like, well, have you considered this verse? And it's like, okay, and all of a sudden they realize they're in a sword fight with somebody who actually knows how to use the sword. Yeah, so it's like it's hilarious because I
gotta
read
ask,
the mail. I
I
know
gotta
what it
ask.
I'm
does.
sending Bruce the link.
How many times do you get there are no contradictions in the Bible? How many times do you get that? It's like there's no contradiction. The Bible never contradicts itself, and you're like, chapter 1, verse 1.
Right.
Chapter 2, verse 1.
Let me count the ways.
Let me count. I mean, it's like I'll go through. There's an atheist site with all the contradictions in the Bible.
Yes.
Some of them I can go to and say, yeah, but I can see how that can be reconciled. But there's other ones I don't know how you reconcile them. They're there in your face. And as somebody who was a Christian education director, I know how indoctrination works because I used to do it. Okay. I didn't call it that at the time, of course, but it was like, I know how you get people to look past things and to view things in a different light without really being critical about it. And that's the essence of discipleship or indoctrination, is getting people to look past it. And I used to do that. So it's like, now I just like, I get into fights, and I'm like, the other day, just yesterday, I was on my premiere and some guy's giving me shit. And I'm like, you know what, dude, you're just indoctrinated. And I know, because I did the indoctrination, I can see it, and they don't like it when you tell them that either. So they don't feel like they are indoctrinated. So it's like, I got the truth. And I'm like, yeah, let me listen to that claim 100 million times. It got the truth, so.
I'm curious. Phantom X in the chat said, "Who is Bruce?" I don't know who Bruce is.
He's a Baptist Christian.
Okay, so I'd like to see Bruce. Well, see, that's funny because I was born and raised a confirmed Methodist, so there's already some bad blood there, which is going to be really funny, So
I was a Presbyterian. We're sort of like we're like Christian light. Sort of you show up and it's like,
And you see, it's interesting. It's interesting because the Methodist Church, because I was born into it, raised in it, confirmed in it, and it was like a year and a half after my confirmation that I began my deconstruction and my deconversion away. And right now, the Methodist Church is undergoing its own kind of schism right now between conservative Methodism and progressive Methodism. And my mother is a devout believer. Like devout has been for you. Like, this is one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons why we haven't spoken in quite some time. But that's neither here nor there. But even she is kind of like, there's a story there. I'm trying not to go off on a tangent, like take up all of Earl's stream. So, but even she is having to deal with it. She's seeing.
That's why you're here, honey. Go.
Therapy.
My mother. It's not even a therapy situation. My mother is I love my mother. My mother is a very obstinate woman. She's very, very smart, very capable, very independent, and fierce. Okay, I give my mother all the props that she deserves. The older I get, the smarter.
Like a woman after my own heart.
The smarter she gets. So I all the love in there. But
she sounds pretty right so far.
My mother, and I think it's because of a result of my grandmother. My grandmother is very much a particular way. My mom, I think, picked up on some of those traits. When my mother is correct about something, she has a really bad habit of reminding you constantly about how right she was. This is what I grew up with. Okay. So it was just, for all the good things my mom did, everybody's got bad habits. Okay. And I'm not traumatized by it, but I do remember it. Okay. Especially when they were, it's like this. So there was one moment where my mother and I were in a conversation and she said something mind-bogglingly incoherent in regards to this. And given my background and my education, I was like, whoa. Because the first time I ever heard my mother say something patently ridiculous. And so I was like, this is weird. So I wanted to understand where she was coming from. Maybe I was missing something. And it turns out, no, she was doing an appeal to faith, and she was drawing an illogical conclusion. And it was completely unjustified. And I was trying to explain that to her, and because I wasn't trying to get into a fight, and she hung the fuck up on me. And so I was like in the middle of the combo, I was like, what? My mother had 40 some odd years. My mother's never once hung up on my ass. Okay. Wow. And she just did. I'm like, okay, well, Then
Like,
she'll
that
call.
happened.
Then I guess when she's cooled down, she'll call back. Never did. So
Wow.
I mean, I know it takes two to tango, but for all the fucking years that I had to hear how right she was, now it's my turn. Okay? So she gets to sit there and think about how right I am for a fucking change. Okay? So, and eventually she'll call. But the problem is, my brother is also a believer. My brother definitely takes my mother's side. He'd be like, why are you being a bad brother? I'm like, shut the fuck up,
That's
man.
how you guys want to upset everyone. That's
Pretty
the way
much.
you guys upset everyone. Right? So the way you made your mom feel is how you make any Christian feel.
Well, I mean, like I said, my mother knows that I wasn't attacking her personally. I wasn't. I was trying to
Your
discourse
faith is
through.
personal.
I don't know. It's a conversation you want to have. I don't. Because we can deconstruct that. I mean, my like I said, my background's not.
To Earl.
My stuff. My stuff. Okay.
Squirrel.
See, my background is.
Sorry, were you guys talking? I didn't notice.
Ed has a strong theological background, but I mean, we're getting into things. We're going to get into philosophical concepts like epistemology and philosophy of truth and various aspects like this, and deconstructing that and how faith is not really an epistemological tool. You can't derive truth claims about external reality using appealing solely to faith. Is that faith? If you go back to the etymology of it, there you have faith, that you have gnosis, and you have pistis. And pistis was the things that you felt to be true but couldn't demonstrate to be true. And gnosis were the things that were true because they were revealed by the gods. And so, but now we understand.
Don't say this stuff to your mom if you talk to her again.
Nah!
Don't. It's not going to help.
Probably good advice.
Yeah. No, but ultimately, in that respect, is kind of like,
if you say anything to her, it needs to be, I'm a Christian now. Sorry.
Yeah. So
it's probably not going to happen.
That I couldn't believe in a god any more than I could believe that I would fly if I stepped off a skyscraper. The concept is completely incoherent. So
don't knock until you try it.
No. I mean, like literally, it's like no. But I think about this, like Maud, just a comparison. Could you believe that a square circle exists?
No.
Okay, so like the very category of the very God category. Here's the problem.
I meant the walking off a building thing.
Right. No. Yeah. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. It's like the very category of the God thing. Like the very God category is incoherent in nature, and the reason why you come to that conclusion is because there is no mind-independent, concrete reference for what a God is. So for anybody putting anything into that basket as to what the God is, that information is supplied by the claimant themselves. But there is no this is what a God is, mind independent of the claimant. Yeah. Like the thing we reference to say that's what a God is, and anything that's not that is not a God. So because it is completely, the very category is subjective, then the actual stating that a God exists thing is actually an incoherent statement because there is nothing mind independent to reference to say what the thing is. And so this is the basis for agnosticism, in that the concept is incoherent and is not even worth having a conversation about. So because it doesn't reference anything in reality. It's like saying, what is the category of Steve? Okay, or what is the category of Ed? The category of Ed, does it refer to Ed up here on the screen, or is it whatever we put into that? Is it the identifier that we label something else with to indicate that is Ed, but there is no mind-independent source for what the Ed is? Same thing applies to the God concept.
So because a person hasn't figured it out and written it down and put it in a science book or whatever, or made a paper, a scientific paper about it.
That's not what it's not
this
scientific.
Is how we.
It's not about scientific.
It's not about science
at all. It's about knowing.
Yeah, it's literally understanding the difference between things like epistemology and ontology in that respect, and then understanding how logical concepts, especially logical entailments of particular things. So when you look at the grounding of a particular thing, you want to make sure that one of the biggest issues I see is that people will define the God into existence. That they'll say that this is a thing that I observe, and this is the way that this is the way that this is, or I interpret it this way. But in order to ground that, there has to be a thing that grounds that ontologically and is defined as doing that. But the problem is that to argue that something has an attribute to do a thing, the thing must first exist because existence itself is a first order property. You must exist to do an action. You must first, that's why it's a first order property. That means that when you make the claim that a thing exists, The entailments are that you know it, meaning that it can be demonstrated to be true independent of mind and context, and that it has the first order property of existence independent of mind and context. If you can't demonstrate those things, then you are more than justified to say that you believe it exists, but not that you know it exists. You can say, I know I believe it exists. You could say that because that's a knowledge claim about yourself, but you couldn't say that you know it exists external in reality. That would be an unjustified claim. That would be begging the question. So
okay, I get
facto,
that.
Yeah.
All you had to say was those last couple words there. You started to lose me a little bit.
Have
you ever debate? Do you
I've
debate?
only had these conversations 5-6 times. I do. I used to, but now I think the last 3 or 4 debates they've all like ghosted or they've like quit because there's when you get to the heart of it, all I have to do, I don't have to argue anything in theology. I only have to undercut the one simple thing that the worldview itself is predicated upon a logical fallacy. It's begging the question. You have 2 worldviews, non-theistic and theistic. The theistic one at the very, very core, the heart of it, is a begging the question fallacy. You beg to question the existence of the thing that you think does the thing. So like the God instantiates everything. Well, it has to exist first. Can you demonstrate its existence independent of mind and context? No, I cannot do that. I'm begging the question of it. Therefore, everything that's derived from that is going to be logically fallacious. Non-theistic worldview doesn't do that. It doesn't make assumptions about things that we don't have access to. So,
but what do you think? Where do you think that everything came from?
That's a scientific question, not a theological question.
Well, I mean, they come together.
Well,
I'm asking, like, if this is what
not necessarily, because when you're talking about the supernatural concepts, concepts are the label. The supernatural is the label we give to things that we can't readily explain by the laws of nature, but doesn't mean that they can't be explained by the laws of nature. So if we're talking about something from nothing, the best that we can infer, because we don't have access to prior states before the origin point of observability that we tongue-in-cheek call the Big Bang, the best that we can infer is that because there is something, there must have been something prior to that. We just don't know what that something was because we don't have access to it. It doesn't imply that it is an agent and all of this is intentional. It simply acknowledges that there is energy. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, and that energy changes states. We just don't have access to the point before the origin point of observability. So because there is something now, we can infer that there has always been something, because something from a philosophical nothing, which can't even be conceptualized, would be incoherent, would be a logical contradiction. So there obviously was something, just that the universe existed and the universe changes states. It's all it is. It's like in one state, it's simply all energy. There are no frames of reference because all frames of reference occupy one state, but there is no space. There is only time, temporal conditions that exist in a prior state. And so this gets into hypothetical models with quantum mechanics and physics and that are dealt with in cosmology. So, like I said, it's all hypotheticals, but in reality, you trace it back to the Planck time. Before that, it's like a giant wall. It's like the best analogy I have is like if you're facing a brick wall that goes infinite up, infinite down, infinite either side, the question is what's on the other side of the wall? Well, you can hypothesize what's on the other side of the wall based on your side of the wall, but ultimately we don't currently know. It's all hypothetical.
The best answer is we don't know.
That is the most logically consistent answer, because anything you assert is the answer. Anything you assert as being the answer is only going to be an answer that justifies your intuitions about this. But those intuitions are going to be your feelings, your subjective, your subjective intuitions won't be technically grounded in anything in reality. So if you're predicating an answer on what you intuit, then you need to make sure you're doing a cart before the horse and saying like, I view humans as being special because we appear to be so unique on the planet. So therefore we must be special here, which means there was an intention there, which means there must be an agent. But that's backwards thinking.
That's the existence
it's
of
an
anything
assumption
that works. Just the existence of anything that works. Like, I don't know. I don't want to talk about this with you anymore.
It's kind of like getting into a fight and suddenly realizing you're outmatched. Yes, I get that.
Yeah.
The idea is that what I try to divest people of is that I acknowledge that people believe in this. That's fine. People and beliefs are what you're convinced of. They're not what you choose. You don't actively choose your beliefs. You can actively choose what information you choose to have access to or what information you choose to deny. You can do that. And that, of course, will inform what you are convinced of. So that was the important thing. The minute I was told, the Bible, one of the big kickers for me was the minute the Bible told me not to rely on my understanding because the ways of God are higher than yours. I'm like, well, hang on a sec. If the ways of God are higher, that means I can't understand them. But if I can't understand them, it's because that's the way I am as a person. If that's the way I am, then that's the way that God deemed humans to be. If we're meant to understand and believe in the God, why would the God make humans in a way that we couldn't do it? That would be counterintuitive to the goal of having a relationship with us. It's like, wait, so the goal is X, but then you create this obvious double standard in the system that you created when nothing necessitated that you must create that standard. So therefore, why the roadblock if the goal is to do this? And then, of course, the only thing that comes out of there is an appeal to mystery.
He could be a psychotic asshole. That doesn't mean that we
could be an evil God.
Yeah. I mean, like something still made this happen.
But ultimately, when it comes down to it, the whole reason it became because it became very obvious that the concept is incoherent, and I could not believe in a God anymore, like a God concept existing any more than I could believe that a square circle exists. It's literally like, it's a kind of like, yes, a one-ended stick exists, or a married bachelor exists. It's like, no, these are contradictory statements. And so the concept is incoherent. So if we can acknowledge that by virtue of the logic, then we should be able to move forward and address all the stuff that derives from that concept and address why that. And that's where my background in forensic psychology comes into play. All my psychology background in understanding why people believe these things and reject certain evidence because it's wrapped up in their identity and stuff like that. So,
yeah, mine's more practical, I guess. I just spent so much time studying the Bible that I realized that there's no way this works. So it's just too contradictory. So I discarded my Christianity before I discarded my belief in God. So
it was wild. Mine was a little over 10 years is what it took and I realized that during that time, I realized at one point that I was fighting to hold on to the belief because of the utility the belief held for me. But then you're realizing that just because it has a utility doesn't mean that it's actually true. And that me holding to this in spite of that would be essentially me putting my feelings ahead of what is actually true. And that could leave me open to exploitation by others who recognize that. I'm kind of like,
or any other religion for that matter.
Right. Yeah.
Because it would be practical if you lived, say, in Saudi Arabia, the practical religion to follow would be Islam, because that greases the wheels of society and gets you around. But it's like, but pragmatics be damned at that point, because it's like, as a guy who was in the pulpit going through this, the pragmatic solution was just to ignore truth and go for, well, practically the best thing for me to do is remain a Christian and keep in the pulpit. But it's like, but I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it.
I'm certain that you've studied Dr. Hassan's the BITE model of authoritarian control, behavioral control, information control, thought control, emotional control.
I probably studied something similar in poli-sci, getting my poli-sci degree. There's a lot of discussion of how you control people and how you.
Right. That was the kicker when I recognized that a part of the ideology was accepting things without justification. When that's a tenet of like simply not questioning. When the express thing is like, when someone says do not question this, that should be the first red flag that questioning it is what you need to be doing. So and it's funny as hell, and to bring this whole thing full circle, my mother beat it into my brother's not abuse, but beat it into my brother's and I's heads to prepare us for adulthood, that if something doesn't make sense, you need to question it. If you can't find it, if someone can't get to the answer for you, you do the freaking work and you find the answer yourself. You go after it and do the work. Don't be lazy. Don't just accept things because people tell them to you. And what she was doing was preparing us as adults so that we wouldn't get taken advantage of by scam artists and con men and grifters and charlatans. You've got to be, which is like, if something seems too good to be true, look into it. Don't just accept it and get taken advantage of. It's that very mentality that led me to ask that very first question when I was 13 years old, because something didn't add up. And I asked that one question and began the snowball running down that hill to where I am today. And it's just because you question. The minute they say don't question, you have to question. You must.
Yeah, it's the first step of keeping information controlled, is to tell people not to pursue it.
Not to pursue it. Yeah.
If you can get people to stop looking at stuff, then you're on your way to controlling them, because then you start to feed them the information you want them to know. Okay. And that's the second step. Stop them from going outside, to keep them inside. It's how cults do everything. Okay. They gather you in, they keep you, they do the information, what they want you to hear, and they keep you away from everything that's a bad influence or will lead you astray, or
they tell you what feelings are good, what feelings are bad, what thoughts you should have, what thoughts you should never have. Exactly. All the deal. And this is how we know that Jesus Christ was nothing more than the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine.
I have debated myself about who Jesus was forever. And I'm going to tell you that he definitely has some cultic things that he says, like when he tells you to hate your family.
Yeah, hate your family.
Yeah, that is a very cultic thing to say.
When he implies but never directly demands, but implies that if one truly believes in him and loves him, that they should cut their balls off. Yeah. When he says like, fuck this fig tree because it won't give me fruit out of season. Yeah. Weird stuff like that. Hey, by the way, go ahead and steal that donkey. Go ahead and take that donkey over there. Tell him it's for the Lord, even though that means nothing to the people you're stealing it from, so that I can ride this donkey in and fulfill Zechariah 9:9 that I already fully aware of, so that I can look like I'm fulfilling the prophecy.
Yeah,
come on.
The prophecy stuff people get frustrated with me with prophecy. I'm like, it's all post hoc.
Yes,
it's all post hoc.
Fallacy of post-diction. It's fallacy of post-diction. Yes. If you are aware, if someone writes it down and they pass it along and someone comes along and says, ooh, I like this prophecy. I want it to come true. So I'm going to work to make it come true. Then it's no longer a prophecy. Okay. Israel's going to be its own land one day. And then a guy comes along who has the power to make that happen and go, oh, hey, I like it. We want this prophecy to come true. So he appeals to the UN to make it happen. And then they grant it. It's like, oh, look, the prophecy came true. No, it didn't.
It doesn't count because someone made it happen.
It's the fallacy.
Does that make it still a freaking?
It's called the fallacy. It's the fallacy of post-diction is what it is, because putting the information. To explain this, when you put the information into the world, people's awareness of that will invariably alter their conscious and subconscious behavior.
Think about the people over there against that idea.
What do you mean?
Murdering people, killing people.
It's not relevant to this. I'm just explaining how the fallacy of post-diction works.
I'm just saying there's things counteracting it too.
Okay,
trying to stop it.
No, I'm just saying that after World War II, when those events took place, in the wake of the Holocaust, there was a kind of like global sentiment to kind of like help out the Jews after what happened to them. When the appeal was made for them to be granted that territory after the whole debacle with Britain, sending the Jews over there because of their own anti-Semitism, and then causing the conflict with the Palestinians, yada yada yada, that we're still feeling today. But when they took that land, there was an appeal made for them to take that ancestral land because it was declared theirs by God, and then that's how they established Israel.
So in the
past, it was stated that one day they will have their own land. Well, that's extremely vague. It doesn't say where the land will be. It doesn't say that it will be their own original ancestral homeland. It doesn't say it's going to be Earth as Israel. It just says that they'll have their own place. Well, that technically means that if the Jews ever get together and they form, they take any one place, that will be their place. So it's the vagary of it, not to mention that they all knew it. They all knew it as a prophecy. So if someone comes along and says, oh, I have this information and we want to make this happen, then someone comes along who has the power to do that, and they say, I have risen to a point of power. I'm going to do this post World War II when there's a sentiment to make that happen.
Well, how else would it happen?
Well, they literally could have just gone somewhere and claimed that territory for themselves, and that would have been their land.
So. I think the Jews know where the land is.
But that would be post hoc. Okay, this is the problem. This is the problem with prophecies. This is because the minute I put the information into the world, if someone sees it and agrees with it and wants it to come true, I didn't predict that someone else would find my work and then make it happen. That would be silly. That'd be like me prophesying. That'd be like me going to a restaurant and ordering. I say, I really want a steak, and then the waiter brings me a steak. Is that prophecy? No,
it's a guess on what's going to happen in the future.
Okay, so but that's the vagary. But that's the vagary. If the prophecy had been the Jews will claim this specific area on the planet in this year after this event be led by this person doing this thing, that would be that would be a prophecy. But saying that a group of people will reclaim some land or will take some land, that's not prophecy. That shit happens all the time. If you want to say that a city will fall or a regime will fall, regimes fall all the time. You're just making a prediction that something will happen in the future that obviously happens all the time. And so it's not a prophecy. It's like the Roman Empire will fall. Well, you've seen empires fall all the time. You know empires fall. Babylon fell. Okay, the Assyrians fell. You know, they all fall eventually. So if it takes 2,000 years and they eventually fall, well, my prophecy came true. It's like, no, you didn't. You just predicted the sun would rise.
Yeah,
it's the same with miracles. Yeah, miracles don't work because what is a miracle referred to? Something that breaks the laws of reality? A super rare event? Is it any super rare event, or is it just a super rare event that benefits?
Relax, you don't have to get so pissed. Or is it just a
super rare event that benefits you? This is the problem with these. With
like
these
I ain't
terms.
gonna fist fight you or nothing, man.
No, I just get excited about it for breaking this stuff down.
JL is
this is why your mom hung up
very
on you.
Animated. So.
I'm gonna remind you that all night.
Pretty soon you'll start looking.
No, my mom hung up. My mom hung up on me because she was fucking wrong.
I need a dial tone sound drop, you guys.
Pretty soon you'll start looking like this.
I love my mother. I love my mother.
Car lot.
I love my mother, but she's an obstinate woman, and she hung up on me because she's fucking wrong. That's why she hasn't called back.
He Black says he's pretending that you his mom.
But yeah, JL's very known for being animated when he talks, and I like that about him. So I do.
There's some aggression going on there.
Well,
I'm the polar opposite. So
to be fair, yes, I do have a personal investment, and I do get animated. But to be like bluntly honest, there's a sect of Christianity in this nation that is trying to fundamentally alter the source code of our country, namely the Constitution, in order to turn this country from a representative democracy into an autocratic theocracy, to fundamentally change the very scope and shape of the nation in which we live. I don't want to live in fucking Gilead. Okay, so there is a personal investment because these conversations need to be had. Because if we don't have them, then it will slip away from us. And then motherfuckers will be wondering why all of a sudden we have handmaids and fucking ants running around and ordered birth, shit. So
it's something
marriages?
Please,
we need to bring that back.
I've been studying this because I've been dealing with old Charlie Kirk of late. And I've been studying this because he makes this claim like the Enlightenment didn't have anything to do with the founding of the country and all this other crap. And the problem is, as a Christian, when I was a Christian, I still didn't want this Christian nationalism because I knew how dangerous it was for freedom for certain parts of Christians. Because if you get a certain brand of Christianity power, the historical thing is that brand of Christianity to try to push the rest of the Christians out. Once you give them power, they try to go after other Christians. Catholics did that in Catholic nations. Protestants did that in Protestant nations.
The Troubles. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, the state religion always tries to get rid of the other religions in some way, shape, or form, and that's just not good for Christianity. So,
and I'm sorry. I mean, I know people are. I'm not trying to do a slippery slope fallacy in this respect, but the reality of it is that if opposition is not established against these particular ideals, and we let them go unchecked, then eventually we may wake up with the people in the side chat saying, "But it's not the Handmaid's Tale." No, it's not the Handmaid's Tale now. That is one example of a dystopian, autocratic, theocratic type system that we don't want to live in. But guess what? In order to become the Handmaid's Tale, there are certain things that need to happen first. Namely, you need to allow uncontested Christian nationalists to come in and fuck with the source code of America, which is our Constitution.
But
the
Christian nationalists, if you want to change the way it is, I mean, I don't understand that.
Wait,
aren't nationalists like people that are proud of the country? And
okay, you know the difference between a nationalist and a patriot, right?
No, I don't actually.
It's about superiority complex.
Yeah, politically there is a difference. Okay, they're definitely
Yeah,
a patriot will question his country. He will go after certain elements of his country if he feels it's wrong. A nationalist will not. They will follow whatever autocratic leader says this is what the nation is.
It's
There's a big
dogmatic.
difference.
It's the whole reason why part of Project 2025 is to eliminate all of the merit-based positions in the government and change them all to political appointees, so that every single one of them are walking in
that didn't work out well before.
Walking in lockstep with the president. So like when the head of the FBI and the head of the CIA and the head of the NSA and the head of the Department of Homeland Security and the head of FEMA and all are all walking in lockstep with the president and are not merit-based positions, but they're just flunkies. What do you think the fallout of that is? And slowly but surely, they nickel and dime you to the point where eventually, 2 years down the road, once they've gotten past the midterms, they're calling for a goddamn congressional convention in order to introduce amendments to the Constitution or change it to the current language. And if they do that, that's a big if. But the whole point is, you have to look at the breadcrumbs. It doesn't happen all at once. It's piecemeal, piece by piece by piece.
It's not a slippery slope so much as a political change happens incrementally, and it's one of the mistakes that Democrats have made over the years.
Yes.
And because instead of incrementally making changes, this last 10 years has been like a deep dive of trying to make all these major changes to the way things they want to do. And it's just not a good way to do politics. Politics requires cooperation, even with the enemy. So it's like, you have to do it piece by piece.
Yeah, because we're all free people.
Yes, we're all gonna.
That's the whole point of freedom. Or unless you guys want to take freedom away from us. I mean,
we don't. We
absolutely don't.
Okay, so what are you going to do about Christians that feel these feelings? What are you going to do about them?
That's why we have these conversations. That's why.
Okay, that's a good point. You did say that.
Yeah, we have these conversations, and I have the right. I think.
My bad. It's all still registering. You talk way too fast, bro.
That's why I do.
Sorry,
that's
Ed,
why.
I keep cutting you off.
Hey, you blame the birthday girl. She wanted the chaos, but nonetheless, love you, Earl. But in that respect,
no, she said she wanted a piece of ass. Get it right, JL.
She don't want my piece of ass. She wants that. Get him on the phone. So, but nonetheless, that's why I have these conversations online during live streams when I go and I have my stages on debate, and when I stages on Discord, and when I go out into the public and I have these conversations with actual religious leaders that are like in the area, or I go and talk in front of like representatives for the government. Is that it's little bits and pieces. Like for example, there are fights at the federal level and there are fights at the local level. I'm in Oklahoma. And everybody knows that they've been following along. We have this psychotic asshole named Ryan Walters, who is currently trying to push Christian nationalism in our school and, all kinds of crap. He's sacrificing the children and the education of children in Oklahoma to score political points with Trump. That's the whole reason he's doing it. But the things he's trying to do are setting a very, very bad precedent. And now even the Oklahoma AG and journalists, like local journalists are fighting against him and, suing him and all kinds of crap. But we need to have these discussions. The reason he lost his First Amendment suit, the federal First Amendment case against him, was because we had these conversations. If we didn't, then journalists would still be locked out of those public access meetings, and we would not be aware of what Ryan Walters and his cronies were discussing. But they had to be sued in order to say. The judge was like, "No, by law, you're supposed to allow them access. Why are you locking the door?" "Oh, because we don't want them reporting biased information." It's like, bullshit. They're allowed to be in there. You lose.
Yeah,
and
that's another aspect of cultic behavior, when you don't want people to know what the leadership is saying, when you're having these closed doors conversations. And this country is predicated on the idea of everything being an open forum, and you shouldn't have closed. I had problems when anybody has a closed meeting in government. It's like, no, you should not have that. That's not supposed to be allowed. Anything should be observed, and I get feedback from that, but it's usually from people that are autocratic. And it's like, I don't know. I'm sorry. If you're not doing anything wrong, it's probably one of the few things I agree in principle with some of the things in the Bible. If you're not doing anything wrong, what are you afraid of people hearing it for?
Truth is nothing to fear from inquiry. I mean, that's what it's like. Truth is nothing to fear from inquiry. And that's why, especially when Congress says
truth?
Truth is that which
that's a good question.
Well, I mean, that comes down to philosophy of truth. Well, no. Okay, so
do you know every answer really fast?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie.
Because
He was
JL
ready already.
JL deals with this stuff every day.
I deal
Every
with it
day
daily.
Fired it out
he
quick.
deals with
So,
it daily. So he wants to get it over with. So he
I can
move
go
on.
slow. I can go kind of slow on this because it's a two-part answer. It's a two-part answer. First, you need to be able to understand your philosophy of truth, like what philosophy of truth you hold to. Typically, the majority of people are correspondence theorists. They hold that truth is that which corresponds with reality. Now, there are other people that are coherence theorists, that they're pragmatic theorists, that they're semantic, or they're rhetorical. So it depends upon which one you are. I myself am I hold to correspondence theory of truth, and I pillar that upon coherence and pragmatism, because the coherence ensures that I maintain my logical consistency along with that which comports with reality external of my senses or external of my mind. But the pragmatism allows me to continually question that to ensure that I keep myself open to new information. So, like the best evidence to comport my worldview to. So, what truth is, okay? If we don't multiply our entities unnecessarily, Occam's razor, if we don't do that, then we start from the basic observation that human beings exist on the planet, and we make observations about reality. When we try to confirm that our perspective, that our perception is what is there to be perceived, a la Descartes, okay, that we can try and confirm, because the issue that we have to overcome is our interface with reality is our subjective internal experience. Because of that, we currently don't possess a mechanism to even determine that what we had access to was objective reality, even if we did have access to it. We wouldn't be able to separate the two. So we have to, this relegates all claims as being probabilistic. So what is true is that which, through independent confirmation, corresponds with the reality, follows the descriptive laws of logic, and can alter in the face of new evidence, but the evidence indicates probabilistically that it is most likely the case to a degree of certainty that it would be irrational to doubt it as being true until further evidence comes in. Like, for example, the sun will rise tomorrow at a specific time, right? I don't think we're going to disagree with that. But is that an absolutely true statement? And the answer is no. We can know it. Now we say that we know it but we're basing that certitude on the probability of it. The probability of or the probability of predictive models of orbital mechanics, what we understand about viewing the sky, that there's nothing going to come in and blow up the sun all of a sudden. But these are all probabilities. And so based on the probability, we have certainty, a la Wittgenstein, we have certainty that it will rise at a specific time tomorrow. And so we predicate upon that. If something changes, we'll change the model from there. But that's where we're going to sit in a term of probability, which is why the sun will rise tomorrow at a specific time. That is a true prediction and will be a true proposition when the event occurs.
So is it a prophecy, kind of?
No, it's just predictions. It's utilizing data. It's utilizing. No,
prophecy has a different
there's a fundamental difference.
I'm kidding.
Here, let the theologian take this.
Yeah, go for it. You knock it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. There's a difference between a prediction. There's a difference between a prediction and a prophecy, because a prophecy inherently has with it the idea that some supernatural entity is inspiring the prophecy, which is never proven. That is the difference. The difference is you believe when you have a prophecy that the prophet is speaking because God is directing them to speak. That's an addition of a supernatural element to it. Okay. And that's something that I challenge people who believe in prophecy to prove. Prove to me that there is a supernatural entity that caused that person to write that word. Okay. Or say those words. And it's just not there. You can't prove it.
Azo?
Sorry. I thought I was muted. My mom. Where's the damn dog? All to tell me he ate half his food. Like I give a crap. You know, I'm waiting for the strippers, and then I get disappointed because they're on a different channel now. Damn it.
So it's fascinating because when you ask what truth is, this goes to things like the transcendental argument, like the tag. Okay.
Or Pilate's question.
Conceptualizing like transcendentals, these things that appear to be consistent, outside of human reasoning, like we're talking about truth, knowledge, beauty, justice, other things that these are transcendental concepts, logic in and of itself. But the problem is, if you view these things in a particular way, that they are prescriptive of the universe when we can't demonstrate that to be the case, but because they appear to be universal and inviolable, that's a problem because it's an observer bias. Human beings have one frame of reference on the universe, just ours. We have the human frame of reference. To think that the universe is intended to be observed by us is the height of narcissism. When instead going with the evidence that indicates we view the universe in the way we do because we are literally limited by our biology. We view it the way we do because this is how we developed. This is how we evolved. How we view the universe is not the way the universe is meant to be viewed. Because there's different ways to view it. You could view it at higher levels of mathematics. You could view it in the quantum aspects in which the laws of logic don't operate as we understand them in this frame of reference of reality. So just understanding that we're not special. There's nothing special about us. We have the ability we have a prefrontal cortex that allows us to evaluate options and reason to a degree that's greater than some other animals. But then again, in different ways, because just because we can make talky word noises and communicate complex ideas doesn't mean that we're more advanced than a species that can communicate complex ideas, but simply does it through like phonics. Because as it was recently discovered, whales actually cetaceans have their own language with syntax and context. They even have their own accents. So they're regional.
They have a spot in their brain devoted to it.
But the way they talk is literally through phonetics. Okay, so our big brains.
Their tongues are too.
Yeah, our big brains are just our one feature. Your big brain versus the body of a gorilla ain't gonna do shit. Okay, because physically we suck. Compared to the animal kingdom. We don't swim well, we don't fly, we don't have fangs, we don't have claws, that we've lost most of these features. All we've got is this big mushy gray matter that feeds on sugar and fat. It's pretty much it.
Have opposable thumbs.
And opposable thumbs. So, but yeah.
My dog asks for mine all the time. Can you move that, please?
I understand the need. Or the desire to want to feel special in the universe. That we hold some particular, there's some intentionality there because
survival trait.
Yeah, I get it. I absolutely get the psychology behind it, but and the utility, especially the ancient utility, banding together under a common idea, survival in numbers, people working, efficiently and effectively towards accomplishing a goal. That's always great, in our ancient tribalistic days. But today, these concepts only serve to create division where there needs be no division. We're not running from we're not hiding from cave lions anymore. We don't need that kind of tribalistic bullshit anymore.
Well, what about division between us and animals?
You're not a woman.
Never mind. Let's drop this topic. Can we
there really is a difference between us and animals because we are animals. So because we're animals too.
So everybody in the room is probably going to tell you at this point there is no difference between us and them. It's just the way we do things.
Which I would respond to. I wouldn't. Let's just drop that.
That's why I'm kind of for. I actually found a new thing I want to support. There's actually an activist group out there.
I'm trying to keep up, but I thought this was supposed to be a party. So
I didn't
bring my listening ears.
And I think you guys would dig that there's an activist group out there that's fighting for cetaceans to have rights. So recognition of trying to put together the data. Yes, to put together the data, like to bring all the data together of whale communication, of whale language, of whale society.
Are whales trying to get it themselves?
No, that because obviously they're whales. So we would have as stewards, kind of like the stewards of the planet. We would have to. It's kind of like stewards of the planet. We would have to do it for them. So there's an argument there to that whales are not they're not just protected as animals, but they should be protected because they are their own species undergoing their own line of evolution, and we don't know where that evolution is going to go. Do we have the right to take the sentient, sapient, emotionally complex species and just arbitrarily destroy their environment? No.
Will they care if they get citizenship though? Or
we're not
whatever
giving
you call
them,
that?
not giving them citizenship, giving them rights.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Which furthers their protections more than just animals. Okay, but recognizing these things. So killing a whale would have extreme circumstances. Like you could apply murder to that in that respect. So, but there's an argument. There's an argument for that. So, which I think it would be a very good thing because whales are extremely necessary for the health of the ocean.
Yeah. Yep. That's
so. In order
thank God they do that on their own.
Well, not when we're dumping the shit
yeah.
that we dump into the ocean on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's bad. That's
Okay.
bad. Humans are stupid.
If you
that's
give
a known
whales,
fact.
if you protect whales to that degree, that reinforces companies to not destroy the ocean. Otherwise, they could be brought up on charges for harming whales.
Well, there's probably charges out there for that anyway, isn't there? Like dumping things in the ocean.
Nothing extreme, and nothing that corporations these days couldn't just like literally throw a dime at and be done with. Yeah.
The other problem is you're going to deal with other countries that simply don't have that viewpoint about whales.
Right.
They just don't. The vast majority of the world. It's the problem with Western thinking too. We have our own arrogance that if we pass something that's going to solve the problem, but when you start, I guess I picked up something from world geography and teaching it for a while, but once you start realizing how many different people have different views of the universe, they're not going to go along with that. Okay. If you had a big nation made up of Eskimos still following traditional rules, they would be hunting whales because it's necessary for their survival. And so it's like they're going to fight back on that, and you're going to have countries around the world.
They do it in a way that is respectful of the
and sustainable. Yeah, sustainable.
The difference, though, what I'm trying to illustrate, though, is like you have other countries that are sitting on mountains of coal and oil, and then we're coming along and saying you can't use that to industrialize your society. They're going to push back on that, and you've already seen that. Okay, you've already seen that because
going through that right now.
It's what they have. You're taking that away from them, and it's what they have to catch up with the rest of us. And now you're going to take that away from them. You better give them a good alternative, okay? Because I think sometimes we think about solutions to problems, but then we don't realize the consequences to that or offer up something as an alternative for them to do to get where they need to be as a society. You know, growing their economy is a good thing for them, but how do we get it so that they don't do the things that we don't want them to do because it's bad for the rest of us, but at the same time move forward with their own development? It's from a geopolitical point of view, we got to remember in the Western world, not everybody follows Western philosophy or thinking. They just don't. And they're like, we need food, we need energy. This is where we're going to go. Okay. So
I thought you were still talking about the whales. I'm like, has anybody asked them how they feel?
You know, just because I don't speak the language the way a species speaks it, I know for a fact that many species have language. Okay.
Everybody start watching Finding Nemo.
Yeah, it's like it's
bilingual.
It's not about Finding Nemo or anything like that. I get the joke; it's funny, but it's like I can see like when you watch dogs or wolves in a pack, they're communicating. They may not communicate in the way we understand it, but they are communicating.
My dog's eyebrows tell me a whole conversation.
Yeah, that's true for every social species out there, from birds to everyone. They are all communicating. They just don't communicate with words like we do. It's very different. Okay, but they still communicate.
Yeah, but are they trying to communicate with us and get rights and get I don't want my hair cut, or well, I guess they do say that, but
I'm not going to address how very silly and snarky that is. I mean, come on, you know full on that that's not what's being implied, though.
I agree with him, but you know,
it's the real problem and the pushback.
It's the brass tacks. That's my problem
against the whales thing is, do they understand their rights? And that's a whole political science question about rights. What are rights, and who gets them, and why do they get them? If you don't understand your rights, do you actually have them? Okay, that becomes a good question. And for animals, that's the question. Do they understand what rights would even be, and whether so we would be enforcing rights for another species. And that's a weird thing. Okay, let's be honest. That's a weird thing to.
Oh yeah, it's completely subjective. Yeah, it's like the valuations there are completely subjective, which I understand in that respect. But
is it good for them or is it not good for them? Because we don't really know sometimes what's good for other species. We just don't.
Sometimes I think we should just look at them and ask what's good for us. Because I don't know if we know what's up. Do we even know?
Well, that's demonstrably proven that we don't know what the hell is good for us. So,
exactly. So we should just leave them be.
Well,
I think
it's why
we need to keep humans from being damaging their environment, obviously. But.
Well, it hurts us in the long run, because if we keep destroying the very only place we know how to live, Carl Sagan said this many times. If we destroy it, then we're destroying our own ability to continue to live and function ourselves. So that's kind of the way it is. And I can speak to Christians and atheists on this subject, I think, because it's like, we have to understand that not everybody, as an atheist, I know how much of a minority opinion I am. Okay. And so not everybody understands things the way I do. So I have to figure out how they understand it and do it. It's why I've always been a big proponent of dialogue. It's like, and why I shut down people that don't want to dialogue on my channel. Okay. You have, Missing Mod, have been a notable exception to, and people allow you through because you're willing to dialogue. Okay. But there are many, many Christians that are not willing to dialogue. They want their way and they want to push it on me. And that I push back against, because I'm not trying to make the whole world atheist. Okay. I'm just not. I've just come to that conclusion myself. Okay. And by living as an example and giving out my arguments, somebody's persuaded to my point of view. That's fine. I'm all about persuasion, not forcing. So it's much better.
Yeah, see, it's weird because I don't really know much about either side,
Yeah.
So,
I get it. Okay, I get it. I guess I'm noted for my patience with theists, and it's because I used to be one for so long. When you've been a Christian for 40 years and a pastor for 20, you kind of see it from their point of view, and I get it to a large extent. And, I don't shut down my human empathy just because it's a theist or somebody that believes in God. And you gotta really fight for that, because if I start yelling at every Christian and cutting them off and telling they're idiots and stuff like that, I personally, I'm glad I never experienced that when I was going to atheists and talking to them about stuff, because if I had experienced that, I probably might still be a believer in something, just not Christianity. But it's like,
it is. There are some that will not talk to me at all, but and that's fine, But
some atheists.
I've had that. Yeah.
Some
of them
exist.
do not like.
I've cut off certain groups of Christians because they have demonstrably proven that they're not interested in the conversation.
They're annoying.
Like, I don't allow pre-suppers on my channel. I just don't allow them anymore, because
Bantillians are the fucking worst.
Because every time they come on, they're like, you got to prove your atheism. I said, I'll tell you what, you prove your atheism and the other 3,999 other gods that exist. Give me your evidence for why they don't exist. And then I'll tell you mine, and I'll tell you what mine is going to be. All the evidence you just gave for the other 3,999 that you don't think exists. Okay, I can do it right back at you. I said, that's why presuppositionalism doesn't get anywhere. It just keeps going around a big fucking circle, and it just bothers me.
What is that exactly? The definition of that?
They presuppose Romans 1:18-23 is true. And so therefore I am a liar because I say I don't believe in God. Okay, so they start with that presupposition that everybody has a knowledge of God. Okay, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I know that verse is untrue. As a former Christian, I now know that verse is untrue, because I genuinely do not believe in God anymore. Okay, I just do not. And for Paul to come along and say that I really do, that's just him being a dick. Okay, I'm not trying to be offensive there, but it's like, when your whole basis of your conversation with me is I really do believe there's a God, I'm just denying him and his unrighteousness, and that's not a conversation anymore. That's them preaching to me.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be preached at. And you can,
I'm telling you what you're thinking.
They're telling me what I'm thinking, and they don't know what I'm thinking. They're making a claim of something that they just don't know.
The starting concept of it is that all human thought, like the mental actions of humans, like all human thought is based on the proposition. They present this as though it's a true dichotomy, that it's based on the presupposition of God's existence or the presupposition of God's non-existence, which is not a true dichotomy and is blatantly false from the jump. It's like, I don't presuppose that no God exists, because there could be a God that is unfalsifiable by definition, which would mean that accepting it would be irrational because it cannot be proven to be true, but I'm not rejecting it or presupposing it doesn't. I can't do anything with it, with the information. It doesn't give me anything. So,
I think it's that problem that makes most atheists agnostic atheists. It's not they're saying that there isn't a God. It's just I haven't been given sufficient evidence, and I can't accept the God claim out the gate. You have to prove that exists.
But do you even know what you would require as evidence? Like what is it? What's your stand? Like what would you need?
I'm going to be honest. I would forego the blessing of Thomas of not seeing
let's
and
just
believing.
call it creator. You can just call it creator.
Well, but that's problematic too, because I can see how, like, I can watch astronomy videos and see how stars form other things and create other things. I don't need that kind of proves that, things that don't have a personality can create other things. Okay. We see it in nature all the time. A tree grows up by itself. It doesn't, as far as I can tell, it doesn't need a creator to do that. Okay.
Well, has there ever been anything that didn't have a start?
That's a good question, because the proper answer at that point is I don't know.
Right.
And that's where the theist loses me, because they presuppose an answer that they can't prove. Okay.
We're just like you. We want to know, but we already have. We just go and believe. We believe the Bible.
Well, yeah, I get. You're talking to the wrong guy if you believe the Bible, because I have a long list of why you shouldn't. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's the bottom line of it. You guys have your outlets that you're looking for your truth in, and some other people have different ones.
Yeah, but we can say we don't know. Like honestly, we don't know. We can hypothesize about things, but we're not asserting that those things are true or the way that they are.
I think the difference.
Something from nothing.
I'll give you the difference.
Yeah, but see, we're here, so we got to think of something.
No. Okay, I'm sorry. No, we technically don't. It is a question
we don't have to.
It's a question that can be asked. The question is, can we actually get an answer? And the answer to that is currently not, like, right now we can't.
Not really, no.
We cannot get an answer to that question now. So that is not a justification. That is not a justification. What do you mean think about it? I would need access. No, but here's the problem. In order to assert things, in order to assert things about prior states of existence, everything I'd be doing would be just literally baseless assertions. I don't presuppose anything about states that I don't have access to, and I don't beg the question as to what those states entail.
Yeah, it's
because I don't have access to it.
It's a different way of thinking about things now, because I am very comfortable with I don't know.
I'm alive because my parents smashed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
see, just like that. The way you thought about that, the way you know that. Just go back.
Yeah, but I have evidence for that. I have evidence for that.
Yes.
But here's the problem.
Eventually, you'll run out of the evidence.
Eventually, you get to a point that is currently I don't know. But it doesn't matter, because if you don't assume that we're special, we are just products of the universe. That's it.
Yes.
Humans are not intentional. Humans are not intentional. We just are the way we are because that's the way selection pressures made us.
That's the only thing I ever had to get over is I don't have this special purpose anymore. I don't need this ultimate end anymore or ultimate purpose anymore.
If I have a purpose, it's a bad influence or something bad, probably.
Hey, we're all bad influences, but I try to be good influences to where I can. It's like once I realized that, certain things don't require a creator anymore, it moved on for me. I began to realize I'm looking in the wrong place for the answers. Okay. And for me, that was kind of traumatic at the time, but I've become more and more comfortable with I don't know. And you know what? I may never know. And I'm fine with that. Okay.
And by the way, I'm sorry, he black, I didn't say celestial pressures. I said natural pressures. Selection pressures. Okay. There are positive and negative selection pressures. If you want to call out something I said, try and record what I've said accurately.
Yeah.
Which means actively.
I wish that would happen more often too.
Which means actively listen to what I'm saying.
And there's the thing. I mean, this is why I like Maud here, because she's actually listening to me and going back and forth. Every time I deal like 90% of the time when I deal with a theist, there is no active back and forth. Okay, there just isn't. Okay, and it's my largest problem with them. But I used to be there. Okay, I understand the need to have. I spent like 30 years of my life searching for the answer and thinking I found it in Christianity and God. And then later on, I find out that that doesn't supply very good answers, and that I don't know is a better answer when I don't know. And it's changed the way I live my life, because I'm like, there are some things I will never know, but I'm okay with that. Okay, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
And so whether or not, I just know that I get on with the motivation every day on my channel of helping people that are crossing this line of getting out of the faith, and I feel them and I connect with them, and if I can help them there. But I also don't like it when I'm mischaracterized as an atheist. Okay, I do not like the propaganda against me. I don't like the fact that in a lot of times in different countries, there's still countries in the world where it's illegal to be an atheist. You can literally be killed for it. Okay, I do not
There are
like
still
that
states
either.
in this country that you cannot run as a public official as an
Exactly. Yeah, there's still states in this country where I can't run for office. That is prejudicial treatment. That is bigotry. Okay, and I'm going to call it out all the time. And I'm somebody who used to be on the other side, which makes it, big time. And I'm like, you guys are wrong on both sides. And that's, to me, that's just the way it is. That's what I do, because I don't, what else do I do with the knowledge that I have? Okay, after 20 years of being a pastor and after getting degrees in theology and biblical studies, what do I do with that?
Well,
so
Darwin had that.
Yeah, well, he did, and guess what? And look where he ended up, because at the end of his life, I don't think he really believed in God. He doesn't talk that way anymore. I know he wasn't a Christian at the end of his life. I mean, I know he discarded that.
Deist. Yeah,
he was kind of a deist.
He did big things. You could too.
Yeah, well,
right.
Yeah, well, I'm older than Earl, so.
Just careful with everything.
I basically
I'm running out of time.
Everybody's got to put their efforts into what they choose to be their own purpose and what they want to do. And ultimately, the way I see it is irrational beliefs. Here's the big one. It's what I espouse on my channel. It's the whole reason for my channel. Irrational beliefs have a tendency to lend themselves to irrational behaviors, especially in defense of those beliefs. Because when the irrationality of that belief is exposed, people will go to irrational lengths to defend it. And that is where you get the societal divisions that we get today. We get people who literally will not have conversations because they think that addressing the irrationality of the logic of their position and showing how their reasoning is bad is like a personal attack on their identity. And then it's not. And so that irrationality needs to be combated, because I honestly don't want to live in a country where, like, we have all these irrational people voting and shit because they're literally, I mean, to be blunt, they're not fucking thinking straight. Okay. And if they're not thinking straight about this, you can be damn sure they're not thinking straight about other shit.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's a complicated,
there you go, right
it's a
there.
complicated question. I see, when I was, I wouldn't mind the Bible being taught in schools if you taught the Quran and all the rest of it, and it's genuinely a look at historical literature.
All or nothing.
But if you're pushing just one of those holy books, that's a problem for me, because now you're advocating for that one religion at the expense of the rest of them. And as a political scientist who knows the Constitution and the basics behind it, that's a no-no. You shouldn't be doing that. Period.
Why do you think in Ohio? Why do you think in Ohio when they were doing the what was it, the 3-day the 3-day event that religions could come in and apply for a multi-day event, and then so the Christians did that and they have their multi-day event going on, so the Satanists also went to do that and applied for it as well, and then but then in order to counter, then they would have been approved, but then in order to counter that, they actually changed the rules that it couldn't be a multi-day event, it could only be a 1-day event, and so the Satanists were disqualified from doing it again, which also disqualified the Christians from doing it. But then ultimately, in order to basically cut the Satanists or the Satanic Temple out of it, they wound up screwing over another multi-day event that was feeding and supporting homeless veterans.
Yeah,
that needed socialist. So that event got canceled just so they got canceled just so they could stick it to the freaking Satanists, because that's how important Christianity is. That's the shit that I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's like this has been a debate in this country forever. So,
well, I got something for you.
Dial tone.
No, not funny. Come on, man.
It's funny.
Well, I mean, the joke's funny when you don't expect it.
Kind of expected that one. It's about time to deliver.
I get the dial. I get the dial tone. I get the dial tone from Theus so often. It's almost, I could probably develop a predictive model for it. You know?
Oh, I know when they're going to stop the conversation. As soon as I know it. Every time I know when they're going to quit.
As soon as I slip into solipsism, it's over.
Yeah,
I got nothing.
Well, you can't justify reason.
Yeah, but reality, and I'm like, you're done, son. I'm fucking nope.
Oh, you mean when they start like, well, that depends upon what you mean by
what you mean
that
by
depends
reality.
upon what you mean by the. That depends upon what you mean by what. That depends upon what you mean
the
by
pedantic.
It's like that Jordan Peterson
bullshit.
That depends upon what you mean by what. That depends upon what you mean. It's like a fucking loop that he gets into.
Oh man, Peterson. Let's not go into him. I'd be at him all day. It's oh my god.
Is that guy even
I've never met a man.
I don't know. He's got that fence post he's been sitting on so firmly up his ass. There's no telling which way he's facing.
I don't. Nobody knows, and it frustrates.
Sign. He's not a Christian.
It frustrates Christians too, because he won't come out and say that he's a Christian.
Well, if he doesn't, that means he's not, right?
Yeah.
Well, because he's got two sets of.
As far as the Bible says,
his audience is split.
He's not a true Scotsman. That's the truth.
Yeah.
His audience is pretty firmly split, so he has to literally ride that fence post, because his audience is on two separate planets, really, and he has to try. He can't piss off either one, so he tries to kind of skirt the issue.
He kind of weaves that line, and if I took his word salad and tried to dissect it, it usually ends up nowhere. Like he's gone around a police fucking circle. And it just drives me nuts.
I was having a time with a bunch of friends, and we were listening to Jordan Peterson clips, and we were actually writing them down and parsing them out. So often he'll say like a block of shit, but when you actually parse out the words themselves, what they mean, and contextually actually break it down, he actually says nothing. He says nothing.
He says nothing.
He's hitting words in order to it's
like wits it.
Yeah, it's wild. It's because what he's actually doing is he's formulating these sentences that don't actually say anything, but they contain words which mean certain things to certain people that act as basically dog whistles to particular individuals, but they can be interpreted in multiple ways. So the people that listen to him pick up on these terms and they fill in the blanks themselves. But it's so vague that two different sides can do it, dude. He's figured out the code. That's what he's doing.
And he's making a fortune. He's making a bloody fortune on it.
He makes millions of dollars saying nothing.
Right.
I mean, literally saying nothing. He makes millions of dollars probably every year now for doing nothing. Okay, for saying nothing. And that's what's so sad about it. And so many people love him. It's just
that's not that sad. I'd love that. That's
the $1 million part, that's fine.
$1 million grift in the grift.
But at the end of the day, what are we going to say that Jordan Peterson contributed to society? Nothing.
Nothing.
A lot of hot air. Yeah.
A lot of hot air.
Well, that's his problem, I guess.
All that talent
Alex Jones is a terrorist.
Wasted because
he is.
Yeah.
And all those the trees that supplied all the oxygen he wasted will never get an apology note.
Nope. And then what? Then what can you
nor do
do?
They expect one.
There's people out there doing much worse. Trust me. There's
feelers
out there
even
that
the
are
tears of his critics won't satisfy those fears.
Here's the thing. I actually acknowledge that Jordan Peterson is a smart, intelligent man. And if he actually focused on something that was beneficial, he could probably still make his millions and be beneficial at the same time.
That's true.
He's
but he doesn't do that.
Rhetoric or whatever. talking.
Yeah, I mean,
because he's saying a bunch of words, but nothing is there. There's nothing there.
I just wish he had focused on something useful instead of that.
Well, he started focusing on something useful. He was a bastion of lost, young adult men everywhere, and had some very practical advice for them. And then took that, and I think in his drug-induced brain fuzz, I think that a schism happened, and he lost his shit, and then got accepted by the right, and found that to be very warm and snuggly, and decided that was sort of the fence post that he was going to have
Jordan. I've seen Jordan Peterson, beacon of I'm sorry, I'm not trying to knock him like this, but beacon of American masculinity. The man is not. I'm just
he's absolutely not.
Given some of the suit patterns he wears, he's not masculine anymore.
I'm not knocking anybody, but I'm just saying them propping him. There's certain groups propping him up is like, this guy is talking the truth, and I'm like, but I'm just saying.
Well, it's the same with Andrew Tate and his, the Jordan Peterson's got that very effeminate sort of voice, and he cries a lot and all that kind of stuff. And then you see Andrew Tate and the obsession with his outward appearance, and this hyper focus on expressing masculinity. I find red pill shit just to be fucking fascinating.
I just wanted him to present a solution as to how a human being can eat successfully with no chin. I've seen him profile, and the shit's like,
yes,
it's
yeah.
I'm like,
he needs to mew. He needs to mew a bit.
He talks. Yeah. He runs his mouth like he has a stronger jaw than he does. I'm just, I'm saying there. So.
Maybe he got punched too many times, and it sort of like proceeded a bit. It got scared.
It's like that fucking thing is subducting underneath there, like laws of geophysics. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna entertain for his looks. I should be knocking for the fact that he's a rapist.
Well, we can knock him for his looks because this is my channel, and
oh goodness, I'm attacking him for his looks. I should just attack him for the fact that he's a horrible human being.
He is a horrible human being. Yeah. I'm petty as fuck, and this is my channel, so you can talk about somebody's parents all you can Lori Petty and Tangirl it up all day long if you like. Damn straight.
So did you determine that JL is going to call his mom and say sorry?
Hasn't happened yet. Probably it ain't going to happen tonight.
Oh.
Bling, bling. JL, this is your mommy.
I know you might be running into an unwritten cultural law there, JL, and the fact that the child is always supposed to call the mom.
Right.
I think that's right. It's like
that's how my mother behaves.
Your mom sounds like she's stubborn enough to enforce that law and just not ever call you back.
I might be. Yeah, my mama. She tells me she gave me life and she'll take my life. I believe her.
Don't you dare talk to her about this stuff ever again. Just don't even tell her about your channel or anything.
She already knows. She already knows. I'm pretty damn sure she watches my content too.
Oh,
I'm fairly certain she does because she subscribed. She's subscribed to my channel. I don't know if she has notifications turned on, but I'm pretty sure she watches my
definitely
shit.
Not. Definitely not. She's still hoping that you're going to come around.
Communicate with you somehow.
She's waiting for that video, JL, where you recant and become a Christian again. That is what she is waiting for.
Now, Mommy JL, if you're watching this, we're on your side, girl.
Yeah. I'm definitely on her side.
Praise Jesus, too, by the way.
What's even funnier about it, though, is that my mom still regularly talks to my wife. Is that they still communicate, but she doesn't talk to me. She'll text my wife, and my wife will relay messages and be like, "Your mom says Merry Christmas." She just said it
So
to
what
me.
about your
She didn't
wife?
go-
Wow.
Is she religious?
No, she's not.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Oh.
there we go. But I think you are running into that unwritten cultural rule, JL, that you're going to
I'm gonna have to buck it just because I'm a contrarian motherfucker. So
Oh, there you go. There you go. So
I don't bow to peer pressure. Thank you very much.
there you go.
You
All
just
right.
lost 3 subs.
I don't bow to peer pressure.
I ain't listening to him again.
Way he treats his mother.
And I'm subbing to JL's mama's channel.
That's the best thing I can do is be honest. The best thing I can do is be honest. I love my mom. My mom is amazing. Okay, my brother's a dick, but my mother is awesome. And that's the truth. My brother is a dick. I love my brother, but my brother's a douchebag. But I love my mom, and my mother was instrumental in who I am today. I'd be an idiot if I just discounted all of that. I have the ability to recognize my potential is because of my mother. And the things she did for me more than my father ever did. My father and I had a very contentious relationship. He did the best he could with what he had, but there were problems there. Saying that, but my mother was instrumental in my development. I owe her everything. Not just that she birthed me, but the fact that she shaped me to be the man that I am today. In that respect, I recognize that. But my mother is an obstinate person and needs to acknowledge. It would be great. It would be fantastic. Well, maybe one day it'll happen.
It will. I hope. It will. It will. It should.
But here's what's fucked up is that I know my mother will go to her fucking grave. Okay? And this will never be a concern of hers. She'll at least never voice it. She'll go to her grave just to fucking win. She will.
Well, everybody's
like,
gonna go to the grave.
That's how my mama
showed
is,
him.
too.
I showed him. Now he'll never get the
But
opportunity.
JL, you're doing the same thing. Oh, let's let her go to her grave. I ain't talking to her first.
She reminds you that she's right, so you'll listen to what she says.
Hello,
look at this. I was right again. You should listen to me.
Oh,
Yes.
sounds like somebody else we know. All right.
Y'all want to see something cute?
Cute.
I'm gonna show you something cute.
It's already on the screen.
Oh. Oh.
Don't make me break out the Chihuahua then.
Oh no.
Is that what you call it?
Oh, he made me do it.
It ain't that kind of stream.
This baby girl.
Oh.
Adorable. With her little binky.
Yeah. I had that thing everywhere. And it fucked up my teeth so bad. So bad. I had to have a full palatal expander and this whole thing because when you use a binky for too long, it actually narrows your upper palate and fucks up the way that your palate is shaped and caused a whole mess. My mom tried to take it away from me and I would hide them everywhere and then keep them and pop them back in. She turned around twice and there'd be another one stuck in there. Damn it. But yeah, baby Earl. My mom put that on Facebook today. I was like, thanks.
Is that from the 70s?
80s.
Jeez, girl. Or Azo.
Well, she don't look a day over 50.
I'm
Azo, this is why you're single, Azo, right here.
Praise Jesus for that, too, because I'm concentrating on the Lord. I'm a Christian. I'm practicing.
Oh,
I will not cast my pearls before swine.
He said he's had a couple of wives. He don't want another one.
Yeah, I don't want no. Screw all that. It's bad enough Earl's tucking her wife in.
Yeah, what is all that about? And then this person saying the lesbian might be fighting. Who's the lesbian?
I guess you said you're married to a woman. God,
I hate pussy. You see, it's like
he's convinced.
And there's theory in there. There's and yeah.
Oh, Timmy is looking for a unicorn, though. He said it's in the King James
He's
version,
funny.
and he wants to buy one because they're
Smells
real.
Shut up, Azzo. Being a bad Christian.
I love boobies. Don't
Oh,
get me
says
wrong.
the girl that won't allow JL to call his mom again.
I love
trying.
boobies, but don't put a pussy in my face. Nope. No.
Jeez.
Tried that. Nope. Not having it.
Have you told your wife yet, Earl?
What?
Oh.
What'd you say?
I said, have you told your wife that you just got done tucking in to bed?
Look at Phantom.
Tucking in something.
Phantom said you won't cast your pearls before swine, but will you cast your earls before swine?
That was one of the puns that we were thinking of when I was developing Black Pearl. It's earls before swine. I liked Earl Grey too. She's got the tea. I love a good pun. Don't get me started.
Don't get JL started again.
JL, I needed to reset. It looks like.
And
He's going to call his mom right now.
Mom's head's getting closer and closer to explode because she wants to say something first off, and second off, she's like, "What the fuck is this dude saying?"
Oof. He was so fast and so much stuff. I couldn't think of anything. Are you talking about when JL was talking?
Yeah.
Well, he has to deal with a lot of this stuff very rapid fire with the way his channel is. So he does it all the time. So he's got this set. I've seen it in action where he's got this set argument that he just rattles off.
Yeah. Plus he does the Stage of Reason.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I've been on a couple of times, so he has to do it like in real time.
On
The
the
more you
fly.
do it, the quicker you get.
It's why I prefer my format better where I do videos, because then I have time to think about it and lay it out. I don't react well in that kind of pressure all the time.
Yeah, but I can't troll if you do it videos.
Well, people troll my videos. Are you kidding me? There's a guy that calls himself something troll, and he comes by my channel. I'm like, you're one of the few trolls I like, and I let him hang around. So, but
nice.
They troll my videos all the time. I don't care about trolls.
I like the live.
Yeah, I'm kind of warming up to live streams if they're like this, where it's a conversation and it's everybody gets a chance to talk. But like, there's a channel I know called Breakfast Tacos, and he deals with just hate and venom all the time.
JL on when he does the Stage of Reason, Breakfast Tacos is I'm pretty sure is who
sets it up.
Puts his who sets it up and everything.
And so, but like when they have a live stream, it is very heated, and it's he'll record it and put the highlights on, and those are the ones that get the views because
right. So
yeah, I gotta tell Martin next time she comes in the troll, hey, that's a buddy of mine. Don't time her out. She's in it. I forgot what she said. It wasn't that bad. And Martin was right on it, and she was gone. 8,180,000.
He was taking no shit that day.
There's just it's a different environment there, and I'm just not equipped for it. I think my autism gets in the way of that sometimes, where the whole understanding social dynamics, I don't get it. So, and I just, it's like, sorry, I'd rather have a conversation about this where we talk back and forth. Oh, there he is.
Sorry about that. I had to visit the little atheist room, so.
With emphasis on
I was going to say, what'd she say?
What'd she say? God.
I'm going to show
what did your mom say?
The next show he does, I'm just going to be like, yo,
how's
you and your mom?
By the way?
How are your mom and your mom doing?
How's your mom doing?
And I will gladly say I cannot make statements about things that I don't have access to. I have no idea.
In that case, I hope you cheat on your leg.
I purposefully don't engage much with my family. It's safer that way.
Earl, you can you give us the list of stuff you do like? That would be a shorter list.
It's a short list. Yeah.
Do you like bacon?
Yeah.
I love bacon.
There you go.
There you go.
You're back in.
I assume the list of things that you
She
tolerate.
may not be a man eater, but she's a meat eater.
Yeah.
I assume the list of things you tolerate is longer than the list of things
there
you
she
like. So
goes.
yeah.
Watch out, boys.
Yeah, I like.
I'm so glad you I'm so glad you tolerate my bullshit.
I absolutely. I love your bullshit.
Aw.
That's why you're here.
Like deliberately causing chaos wherever I go.
What do you do
Well,
realize
she's
on
weird. She does love my bullshit too.
you've been on mod screen right now? There's a bunch of X marks over JL's face. She was,
No.
I can't block him, so I'm just gonna block his face out.
Who?
So
I love all the I collect little weirdos.
I thought you said that was your army of dildos. Make up your mind.
I'm gonna
No,
screenshot.
they're my vibrating friends. They're
Oh, okay.
not quite an army.
You said
that was-
army,
that was-
specifically army.
Did I say army?
You said army, like in
Okay.
like a company.
I'll have to
or
get them.
platoon.
I'll have to get them back in line then, because
She's
right now they're a little
General
scattered.
Earl of 4,700 vibrating little dudes.
Charge!
Attack! And why weren't they in the night at the museum and they came alive? That would have been even greater. The little cowboys and Romans. Oh, they love riding
All I
vibrators.
can think of is that in Fantasia, there's the during the little Russian song, there's like the little radishes and they're all marching forward, and it's all I can think of right now. I'm weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like subversive. I like dramatic. I like people that are outspoken, and
I like
people that are
Fridays.
outspoken and not afraid of saying the things they want to say. I appreciate that in people, and I think JL and Ed both say it eloquently. If I could spit out that word eloquently, that would be great. But
with the occasional off-colored comment as the state of my penis. So
right.
There you go. Did you say the state or the stain on your penis?
The state.
Because if it's a stain, it ain't that big, dude. I don't care how excited you are or not. I talked to Mrs. JL about this.
This shit's like a fucking chameleon. It's like a chameleon, man. It changes colors. What do you want?
She said that's the reason she don't smile.
Really? See, that I would get in front of, just to like talk to it and see if it would like.
Oh my god!
Because that'd be cool. Why not?
Well, there's JL banning me from his channel. That fat
No.
can make fun of my penis. I don't care how long he's been subbed.
I finally had to go into the settings, and I had to decrease the level of strictness that YouTube was applying to the comments that were coming in, because I got accused multiple times of deleting comments, and I'm like, I don't delete comments.
Yeah, me too.
So I had to go in there and look at so every day I have to check how many comments are held. So I had it on strict in order to avoid, because I was getting a lot of prawn bombs and other nonsense like that. But I was like, eventually I had to turn it off, because people were like, why you keep deleting comments? Like, I'm not. Okay, if you put up a nasty comment, YouTube's gonna hold it. So I had to lower that, so that now all the comments are coming through. So
I had that for a while.
I had to back off to just basic, the real bad stuff gets deleted, but the rest of it goes through. I got accused of deleting comments. I'm like, I am such an easygoing guy. I have to have my mods delete comments because I won't do it. So it's like,
and it's fun. No,
yeah. But my mods do a better job of it than me, because somebody will say something to me and I won't get that there's an intent behind it because of my autism. Like there's something else there. I just don't read the nuance of comments half the time. And it's like, and they'll get it and go, no, that was just a nasty comment. We're just going to take that out, So it's like, but
Oh, to answer Regios's question, so was it the ghost-related comments that got blocked on Jail's channel? No, I don't block ghost-related comments, and there's a story behind the ghost-related comments. I don't know. You probably had to be there to see why it's so funny, but I don't get it. But Regios, I don't get as many as I used to. There's like a handful of people that still remember that inside joke, like Clyde Wells and some other people that were there. Yeah. When we were doing when we were doing the regular stage, the Four Beardsmen of the Apocalypse, and so when we were doing that, there are people that remember that inside joke, and I'll occasionally get the ghost alternative energy comment. Occasionally, it's fun. I like them. So
I'm back.
Did you? Oh, there you go.
If you even knew I was gone.
No.
I noticed you left. I notice little things like that all the time. So.
Do you guys know about the Schwinger effect?
Schwinger effect.
Mm-hmm.
Like showing or
in science, it's actually the created something from nothing. You guys know about this? I wanted to talk about it earlier when you were, but JL was on such a tear. I hated to stop him. It's basically
he's waiting for someone else to answer.
No. I mean, I was waiting to hear what Earl had to say about it.
It's basically that particles can be ripped out of essentially empty space.
Virtual particles coming into existence via the Casimir effect, right?
Right. Yeah. And I just when theists say, because when you were talking earlier, they always go with that, there's something, they always say that there's something, and then they do the something from nothing, and
right. Yeah.
I always like to throw that in their face.
The fascinating hypothesis that I'm really liking, and I'm hoping in the next 5 to 10 years will be experimentally confirmed, because there's a lot of evidence going into it, is that space-time in and of itself is actually a quantum effect. In that space-time itself is a result of basically quantum particles that are entangled with themselves, and so quantum particles entangled themselves, forming a kind of lattice work, that the resulting phenomena is what we call space-time. And so as these quantum particles literally come into existence via the Casimir effect to become entangled with themselves, and they do it en masse, the ones that don't self-annihilate when they collide with one another, but then they create this lattice work that we refer to, and that lattice work allows for forming matter, which is when, by virtue of gravity, when things become together and begin to express mass, those objects that interact with that quantum effect and result in what we call gravity. The hypothesis of it, or the outcome, if this is proven to be experimentally true, will give us a quantum theory of gravity, and will be one step closer to a unified field theory, which will marry special relativity with quantum mechanics and give us a greater understanding of the fundamental nature of the reality in which we observe. And we'll also go to answering a number of questions about prior states of the universe and how that energy operates in a state in which space-time doesn't exist, but temporal states do exist. So it's really, in this area of quantum mechanics and physics, it's really, really interesting stuff. So, but like I said, it's going to be like 5, 10, maybe 15 years down the road to get these experimental confirmations. I'm thinking that we'll probably develop a theory of abiogenesis before we develop a theory of this, which I think will be really, really cool.
We are indeed all nerds here.
Yeah, I'm my journal that looks like JL didn't know. I'm
like, nerd. That's not being very specific when you're saying that the nerd is talking, because look behind me. I mean, I got all my stuff that I'm a nerd about. So
the idea being that like something from nothing is it, and I blame, as much as I love Krauss, I blame him for this because he was speaking in a very, very colloquial sense, not a scientific sense with that book. And so a philosophical nothing. Okay, here's the problem with trying to describe like a philosophical nothing. The minute you try to reference something, you're automatically applying something to the nothing in order to describe the nothing. So therefore, if you're describing it, you're describing something. Anymore. Therefore, it's not nothing anymore.
It's not
so like
anymore.
the philosophical nothing is not a thing that can actually be conceptualized. Okay, so when you say, and we say that there's something, in order for there to be something, which we refer to as like matter, because that's what we have access to, matter and energy. So the fact that there is that is there, and that thing cannot arise from something, because in order for there to be work done, there must be something. Therefore, there was always something. The question then is, what was the state of that something? And then that's why we can hypothesize and be probabilistically certain that there was still energy prior to our observability, but we just don't know what the state of that is. It's jumping ahead and saying, it was an agent with intention and will, and even though omniscience directly contradicts, agency. So in that respect,
and I can't figure out how the same people that want to say that thing, the something from nothing, and then they want to throw in the
magic. Magic.
Well, yeah, they want to throw in magic.
Well, that's the straw man. That's the straw man.
They're desperately trying to force science into a book that is not a science book, but it's the laws of thermodynamics. Energy is neither created nor destroyed, and then you say that out loud, and then they go, well, yeah, but this thing, and I'm like, you just said neither created.
When they don't understand concepts like when they say well, one of my favorite is, and I'm sure you've heard of this, Ed, is that evolution is impossible because it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Jesus, that was so tired.
Because you don't understand what the difference is between an open system and an isolated system, an isolated or closed system, and the fact that you can have open systems within a closed system, that the universe itself as a whole is a closed/isolated system, but the Earth is an open system. So because energy comes in from the sun and it leaves the system via radiative cooling, which means that you have a state of equilibrium in that respect, which allows for the energy to be consistent there, which is, and which is necessary for life. So that's the whole point, is you can have, if you think about it, the Earth is like a boat in a river. The river is heading in one direction, and the river is going that direction and cannot be altered. But the boat, you can take water out of the river and put it in the boat. You can take water out of the boat and put it back in the river. And so that's the open system within an isolated or // closed system. And so that's how that works. So it's just understanding the basics of these things.
It's always been fun.
We figured it out, guys. You hear that? We know it. We figured it out.
I don't know. I always find this discussion about the whole nothing thing fascinating, I guess, because every time I think about it, is this moment I try to define what nothing is, it becomes something. So It's kind of like there is no such thing as nothing in that sense, but it's hard to conceptualize it. It really is.
You got me in this mode of thinking, and I'm really, really curious, because I kind of want to pose this. This is something that this has been kind of like I've extrapolated. I've done my own kind of philosophical work on this. I'm not saying that I'm breaking new ground. I'm just kind of exploring things that are thousands of years old, like Epicurus and Carneades and other individuals were exploring, and like Celsus and stuff. So one of the things that always gets me, and one thing I've been playing with, is the idea. If I asked you, Maud, you, who is stating that God is good? Does God state that itself is good, or are humans stating that God is good?
Well, it's supposed to be him stating it because it was inspired, but literally humans.
Okay,
right?
But humans, if they're reporting it off the Bible, ostensibly the Bible is God speaking to humans through that medium.
Yeah, that's just the Christian view.
Yeah, God is
not every view.
So God is stating that itself is good, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I was like, okay, great. So, but here's what's logically entailed by the theistic worldview. All right. Now, if you follow along with me, you have two sets in set theory. You have the God set, and then you have the not God set. Okay. The not God set is everything that is external of the God that is actualized by the God. Now, that means you've got two distinct sets. You have that which is God and that which is not God, the God set and the not God set. By virtue of the worldview, it entails that the God set necessarily pre-exists the not God set, because the not God set has to be actualized. So that means that at one point, there was nothing but the God set. The God was all that existed, and there was nothing else. There's nothing external of itself because it's the only thing that exists. So if the God is at any point the only thing that exists, and the God states that it itself is good, what is it good in relationship to? Because good, to be a coherent term, references that which is not good to indicate what itself is. You have to have one in order to have the other term be coherent and actually reference something. So if the God is saying in itself is good and nothing exists external of it to reference what is not good so that we understand what good is, then the question then becomes, can the God actually... Well, yeah, the answer is that if the God is not referencing anything, by definition, it references nothing and appeals to nothing external of itself because there is nothing there to reference or appeal to. It is just itself. So the question is, can the God actually make distinctions between things that are coherent? And the answer becomes, no, humans can. No, humans can. But the question is, can the God do it? And where this is going is that if the God itself, by virtue of its own definition, cannot make distinctions, because it is the only thing that is there to reference, it's only referencing itself, but even those distinctions are not coherent because the opposite doesn't exist to provide coherency. And so what is it that humans are actually doing? Humans are actually back mapping their own intuitions onto the God character in order to justify their own intuitions about reality. And so that is exactly what we would expect to see if all of what we would expect to see is all the denominations and all the different variations of Christianity, the 6 different families of Christianity, 40 some odd thousand different denominations of Christianity. The reason those exist is because humans are back mapping their own intuitions onto the God in order to provide some level of like objective or mind independent justification for how they feel. Because the God itself can't be the thing that provides it by definition of what it is.
Interesting.
So, and even if the God was there and it said, I am good, that would entail that the God would have to create that which is not good to provide good any coherence, for that to be a coherent statement. But if the God is the thing actualizing that which it is not, and it itself is good, then how can it, then what is it saying that what I'm creating is arbitrary? It all becomes arbitrary. It doesn't actually mean anything because it's simply saying this is good.
I think that's a word and something that we understand as people that would be reading the book, right?
Well,
I'm good. So we know what good is. We know what bad is. Well, not everybody. I mean, some people.
Yeah, we can make those distinctions. But there are people who claim, there are people that are claiming, but the problem is if the God fundamentally by virtue of its definition cannot itself dictate what is good or bad because it can't make distinctions because of how it is defined, then ultimately moral distinctions are still subjective. And people are claiming that this is what God dictates because they intuit what is good and bad and they back map it onto the God to justify their own subjective intuitions. So,
JL, would you be interested in talking to Odin?
I'll talk to anybody.
Okay.
So
where this ultimately act like you understood that, Ed?
Where this ultimately
I actually do, because it's something that brought me out of Christianity was considering the impossible nature of not making any image of God. Human beings are absolutely necessary to make any image of God. Gods are completely dependent from a theological point of view of definition, on human beings giving definitions. So the gods cannot exist without us to conceptualize them. So, and that's why the third commandment is impossible to keep. Don't make any graven images. It's impossible.
That's why I like using creator. Well, of course, because everybody wants to remember. Like if you I see. Okay, I don't want to get into the whole Dogman thing, but I love the AI that I was able to make a picture of that.
Yeah. You don't see the DS trying to fundamentally alter the nature of our country in order to say, everyone must live under the tenets. Everyone must live under the tenets of my unfalsifiable deity.
Everybody wants what they want. Muslims, I'm sure, don't realize how bad of a deal that would be. Well, they do over there, where they're at now. But I'm saying, it's just people want what they want. I mean, I don't think that it has anything to do with. I mean, everyone is like that. Some people just have more drive than others, right? They'll get up and go to the courthouse or go protest or whatever, I mean,
I agree. I don't think a lot of Christians are going that way, But the problem is the ones that are in political power, the ones that are being the loudest, are going that way. That's usually the issue.
Well,
A lot of Christians most Christians are live and let live. I've never really had problems with them. Most of my family, they're live and let live Christians. They're Christians, but they don't care about all that stuff.
Yeah, they don't talk about it. They don't share the gospel. So that was like my dad. He didn't go to church. He didn't do none of that. But
then politically, you also have the people that, because they don't do anything, they allow other people to do something. And that's a problem too. So you have to ask yourself a question. Do the fence setters help or hinder? Okay. What are they doing? So
I think there was something said like all it takes for the success of evil is for good people to do nothing in that respect. Yep. And so like, it's important to
you can't take someone's freedom away, right? So what can you do?
True. Yeah. I mean, depending upon the goals of the society. I mean, these things
talk against it.
These things,
like you said, depending on the goals of the society. Right.
And, but these things are subjective. They're all mind dependent. Of like objective morality, like mind independent moral distinctions don't exist. Like moral valuations are themselves subjective. They're mind dependent. Moral distinctions, like morality in and of itself, is just the capacity to make distinctions, to make moral distinctions. But deciding so subjectively determining the difference between what is good and what is bad. Those valuations are what inform those distinctions. Those valuations are themselves entirely mind dependent. They're subjective. Even if a God existed, they would be necessarily subjective, because by definition, the God doesn't reference anything external of itself to dictate what is and is not moral, or is not moral or immoral. So therefore, because they're mind dependent.
If I thought that Hitler was good, would you think it was weird?
I would. Obviously, that would contradict my own moral. Well, no,
you would think I'm delusional.
No, I wouldn't, because hang on a second, because your moral intuitions are yours, and they're subjective. They're mind dependent. Mine are mind dependent. They're completely subjective. Yours may disagree with mine, or mine may disagree with yours, but there is no way to say that any one is mind independently the right one. The basis for what is right and wrong in these determinations at the individual level is one's capacity for empathy and their basic moral intuitions and inclinations. From a societal level, we come together as a society and agree upon certain overlaps in our moral distinctions, and then we say that your society is directly anathema to ours. Okay, we're not saying that it's objectively wrong, that it's mind independently wrong. We are the ones subjectively determining that you are wrong. And so, if you want to live that way,
you just answer the question, yes or no.
Because it's not a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
Because when you understand these philosophical concepts, you recognize that it's not a yes. Because when you understand these philosophical concepts, you recognize that it's not a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
Just because I would say
you would think it's weird.
Welcome to philosophy.
And you're like going off.
I mean, you can.
If you're just going to bitch about how he talks, this is not the spot.
No, I'm not going to bitch. I just wanted to ask. I did want to come up and celebrate your birthday a little bit and ask you what you got for your birthday. If you got anything, or if you got yourself anything.
Yes, I bought myself 2 new piercings for tomorrow, and I found a ring on Etsy that I'm fucking obsessed with. I showed Maud earlier. I'll throw it up in chat here in a minute. But yeah, that's what I did.
Don't forget a new simp.
And did you do anything else to celebrate?
Did I what?
Do anything else to celebrate?
I napped.
Right on.
Sounds like an adult.
Damn straight. Yep. Every time my life goes to shit, I put another hole in my body. So I decided maybe this time that it hadn't really gone to shit, and maybe I should break that trend.
So where are the piercings going to be?
Let's see if I can. So,
I don't know how many piercings you have in your ear. I can see you've got a few, but
oodles. My mother says I'm perforated, and she thinks she's so clever. I think I have 17 or 18. Can't remember how many. 17 or 18.
Oh.
But let's see. Can you see my ear? It'll be right here, and then right here, and eventually there'll be little hoops that'll go like on the inside of my ear, so they'll wrap.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. It looks cute actually when people have that.
Yeah, I think it's that's the antitragus. I think what these are, is that the antitragus? I think that's, yeah, but it's this weird little fleshy bit right in there. I thought it looked cute, so why not? Because I like putting holes in myself. Just not filling my holes.
Right.
I guess it's.
Hello,
I guess
Dean.
it's- Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
Thanks for letting me up. So, Jail. So,
I had to let my sync off.
What's up?
yeah, right. Oh man, I could be in the chat just sitting there simping for you the whole night, But Jail was saying some stuff, and I'm like, damn, somebody gotta address these things. Cause missing Mach, you don't care about none of this shit, man. That shit's probably
I
going
do.
over her head.
I don't have much space to speak. If you haven't noticed.
Are you saying that Jail talks too much?
Yeah, a little bit.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I'll agree though. Come on. I have a YouTube channel. I ran my own.
You cover too many topics. I can't.
I ran a podcast for 5 years. I love hearing myself talk.
Have you forgiven your mother?
Huh?
Have you forgiven your mother for imposing her will upon you?
It's not a point of forgiveness.
I think she's just giving you shit.
You brought it up, so I just thought I'd ask because, when I went and forgave my mother, man, it wasn't too bad. She understood and stuff, but she's been worse ever since I forgave her. But you might want to do it. You don't know when, life is short. That's all I'm going to say.
So, Joe, I got a question in regards to your discussion with Missing Mod a while ago.
Yeah.
So, I understand your position in that why you'll say that the answer to the question is not a simple yes or no.
Right.
But I think it's a simple yes or no, mainly because of the fact that, like, at least your ideals, right, is that it's all subjective anyways. So if someone holds a particular moral position that you find to be strange, right, having strange moral positions, right, that's not necessarily a good or a bad thing, right? You will just find it strange.
True, but stating yes or no can have the implication of that I'm making an absolute statement, and I need to make sure that I parse that out so that I'm not literally being a hypocrite and adhering to an absolute position when I don't have an absolute position to defend.
But isn't saying that morality is subjective overall, right, is an absolute position in the first place?
No, it's a probabilistic position.
It's probabilistic. Okay,
Right.
so what makes it probabilistic if we've never, as far as you're concerned, right, we've never experienced or observed any form of entity that has or could demonstrate that's what I'm looking for, objective morality.
So the idea is that the reason it's probabilistic in that respect is because obviously I've already explained that we don't have access to we don't have a mechanism. We currently don't have a mechanism by which we could determine that we had access to objective reality, even if we did have access to it. So that's what renders claims about reality or claims about things in reality is probabilistic. Is that now the probability of that, the possibility is guaranteed. It's logically possible. There's no logical contradiction in moral relativism being true. And there is no, and it's probable because one, there's nothing to indicate that there's nothing to indicate or imply that there is a source of objective, like mind independent moral distinctions of what moral distinctions must necessarily be. And the probability is raised by the fact that moral valuations are also within themselves subjective, because the valuations are held by the individual and informed by a number of factors, typically their capacity for empathy and the influence of their parents and peers and their experiences in their formative years and throughout the rest of their lives, which is why moral frameworks change for people as they get older. And so without multiplying our entities unnecessarily, a la Occam's razor, we can see that the probability is high that this is the case. It's also logically possible, and there is nothing to imply or infer that there is a source, because if there was, we would expect to see a common through line in moral distinctions that human beings would naturally have access to, because it would be a thing that existed in reality, and we don't see that. So there's not even the effect of there being an objective source. So there's no effect of it. There's no direct evidence. There's no indirect evidence. And all of the evidence indicates that it is entirely mind dependent. Now, that's not stating that there isn't such a thing, but saying that the probability is that there is not. And there's no logical contradiction in if we had access to objective reality, there's no logical contradiction in moral relativism being true. That people don't like what is either, that people don't like what is logically entailed by moral relativism is not a defeater for it. The fact that it's not a yes or no question when people really, really, really want it to be a yes or no question is not a defeater for it either. These are complex philosophical topics that need to be parsed out to ensure that we are being intellectually honest and we're not being hypocritical by taking positions that can't be defended or stating positions that are indefensible in virtue of our own epistemological standards.
Okay,
I mean,
so
but if those standards are set by the individual or groups of individuals, right? What does it matter, in relation to another group, right? What is right or wrong, right? If it's all subjective anyway. So hold on.
You're twisting the views. You're twisting your definitions of subjective there.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a difference between saying something is subjective to something else and saying it's about feelings or what we feel is right. Those are two different definitions. Okay. Like somebody brought up Hitler. Okay. The reason you can't say all that Hitler did is morally wrong is because, from my understanding, he was also very good to his German shepherds, and he was also good to his girlfriend. So it all depends on what you're talking about specifically.
I am leaving.
Yeah,
sure, but
you're
missing my point, right? The point that I'm trying to make is that if you're holding that as basically what you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to steel man this, right? Minds exist. Minds have different opinions, right? Therefore, regardless of what state of affairs, right, there's a high probability that these minds will have different opinions on the things that they observe, right? So, is that a simple way to kind of explain, where your position's at? I mean, it seems pretty straightforward to me. I'm not arguing against that, right? I'm arguing against the idea of not being able to simply say yes or no, regardless.
Well, you can in the colloquial sense. You can.
Yeah,
okay.
I could say that Hitler was a bad man overall, but when you deal with philosophical moral questions, there's more to it than just what the individual thinks. There's society, there's cost benefit analysis. You have a whole plethora of things that philosophical minded people go through when they talk about morality. The problem I always have with the theist assumption is if I don't have somebody to tell me what is right or wrong, I can't come to that conclusion myself. And that's a load of crap. Okay. I can come to conclusions about what is right and wrong by myself without a deity. I don't need it. Okay. There's other things, a whole ton of things to consider when you're considering moral questions. And the problem I have, so it's like, it's not that I can't look at Hitler and go, okay, he killed a bunch of people. That's bad, because dying is a bad thing, as far as I'm concerned. We fight against it. It's like there's a whole list of things we can look at. but you can't sit there and always have yes or no questions to morality. You put those that talk about subjective morality in a very weird position, because you're like giving me what I would consider a false dichotomy, that there's more to it. Right. I consider, morality has to be on a spectrum. Okay. It's like, it's not always a black and white decision. Okay. There's plenty of moral quandary questions that will put you in that spot.
Sure, but I'm not making an argument suggesting or even establishing a dichotomy. Right.
Well, no. The issue being that simply giving a colloquial answer to that, especially in a philosophical context, ends up putting us into a box. It basically ends up putting us into a box that can commit us to a position that we don't actually hold. Well, that's why it has to be parsed out.
Well, you already put yourself in a box by stating, right, that subjective morality, right, is what we observe, right? It is highly probable that is the case. By nature of accepting that, you already did put yourself in a box.
No, I'm conforming my worldview to fit the evidence, and I will shift my worldview in the light of new evidence.
I mean, sure, but even with that, you're still putting yourself in a box. It doesn't matter the process.
No, that's not me. It's not me. That's not me putting myself in a box. That's me recognizing my relationship to the universe.
I mean, sure, but you're doing that regardless. If a Christian says, listen, I take my morality from God, right? I don't take it from anything else outside of God.
Then you put yourself in a
box, right? What if I justify so what if I make an argument to justify why I put that I decide to agree to God's morals, right? And basically adopt those, right? I'm putting myself in a box, correct?
Well, I would ask you then why you're morally justifying certain actions.
I mean, sure, you can ask that question, and I could answer the question, but I'm just saying, did I put myself in a box?
Right. You could answer the question with a very simple yes or no, but the implications of that yes or no are not being parsed out, and they need to be parsed out because there are entailments to the yes or the no.
No, that's fine. But you can say yes or no and then justify your answer.
Well, that's the problem. If it's not a yes or no question, I can't justify the yes or no.
It sounds very.
You don't have an answer.
The implication of the yes or no is that is an absolute statement. In order to ensure that it's not being taken as an absolute statement, it has to be parsed out the position of moral relativism. Otherwise, if I simply say yes, then it could be taken that I'm making an absolute statement that the things that Hitler did and the Third Reich did were mind independently bad, which is not what I'm saying. Okay, I can say that I personally feel that they were wrong because of my capacity for empathy, the society that I came up in, the influence of my parents and peers during my formative years, my life experience, my empathy, my subjective moral inclinations. Those run anathema to what the Third Reich did. But that's their society. If I was in that society, knowing what I know now, I would likely leave that society. If America changed to a fundamental, to a system in which fundamentally it was making moral distinctions that I don't agree with, I will either choose to stay and fight against those, or I would just leave. Okay, that's just how that works.
I mean, sure, but let's be honest, right? You're a smart guy. I'm pretty sure you know about the atrocities that America has committed throughout its history, right? You don't really believe that because you would have left already, right? So I'm not even necessarily going to buy that argument.
Well, so Jose, the atrocities that have been committed. I mean, every country has committed atrocities. Okay, so this is like a risk reward analysis.
What about
it?
I mean, sure, but you were the one that moralized it, right? And you said
I'm not moralizing it. I'm saying it's entirely subjective. If I based where I was living on the past history of a country, I wouldn't have a country to live in.
Correct.
Every country on this planet has committed atrocities in the establishing of its borders. I'd have to move off planet to get away from that. So I live in this country because I was born here.
Okay,
I'm a citizen here.
So now you make that argument. Now you understand why I find what you just said to be absurd, right?
This sounds very pedantic.
Everything I've said follows with moral relativism.
So hold on a second. So hold on a second, right? The claim is that the Nazis committed atrocities, right? And you won't give a simple yes or no answer to that, right? Because it'll be an absolute statement. Okay, fine, right?
No. I'm avoiding the implication of an absolute statement, which is why I'm parsing it out.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
This is like the
now
differentiation between scientific terminology and colloquial terminology. When you say theory in colloquial terminology, you're just talking about, I mean,
sure, I know that.
An
You don't need to explain that to me. I already know that.
But
right?
the context of the conversation was philosophical.
Okay, sure. But the point that I'm trying to get at, right, is that you made a moral judgment about the Nazi government, right? And about the atrocities that it commits.
Okay.
Correct? Right. And you said, based on your feelings, your sense of morals, blah, 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 right? That if you lived in a country, right, that did those things, you would have left because it does not align with your own morals. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that if you take even a little tiny look at U.S. history, right, from a government has been established here, a shit ton of atrocities have been committed. Yet,
I'm
you
aware
are
of them.
still here.
Right. Okay. Because the question goes a lot deeper than that. There are many other factors that go into this. Number one, I was born here. I am a citizen here, which means I have certain rights. Two, every country on this planet has in one way or another committed atrocities in the establishing of their borders. Okay. So that's not a thing that can actually be avoided on the planet. Okay. Three, the money it takes to actually move. Okay. If I was basing it on that simple moral distinction, I wouldn't be able to live on the earth. Okay. So there are other things that factor into this. And these also reference my subjective moral valuations. If America today started moving in the direction of autocratic theocracy, and there was no effort to stop it, I would likely leave America because I don't want to live under that system. That system is anathema to my own intuitions. Okay.
I mean, you could move to Jamaica. The Jamaican government.
There's a number of places I could move there if I could afford to move there. So there's a number of factors to go to. It's not as simple. This is the problem. When you try to reduce these things to these concepts, you ignore so many other factors that play into it. Ultimately, the idea is that these valuations and these distinctions are entirely mind dependent. There is no objective mind independent source for what these things are.
Okay, sure, but you understand my point about justifying, right, your moral position, right, by using the ability to your own moral ideals, right, and saying, hey, if this country was, if I was in that place, I would move. You're kind of using that to show how moral you are. Not that there was necessarily a reason for that, right? But I'm just saying, like you said, right? It's more complicated, right? Things are more complicated. That's not my problem. My problem is, right, is that you can say yes or no to a question, right? While justifying it and pointing out, like, hey, listen, okay, this is not as simple as a yes or no, right?
Because which is what we did.
I mean, yeah, sure, right? But you never actually said a yes or no. You pointed out that, hey, listen, this is more complicated, right? As far as mod is concerned, right? That's not an answer. It's a non-answer. You could have just simply said, well, I'm not going to answer.
But that's not a moral question. That's a communicative issue.
So Earl was right. Earl was right. This is a fucking semantic. This is a fucking semantics issue.
It's a semantic thing.
Like
it's the order of events and how the events were done.
15 minutes ago, I knew this was.
I thought there was like going to be. I'm sorry to say, I thought there was going to be a legitimate point here. Like,
I have a question.
But we all have problems with JL's semantics sometimes. Come on. He has problems with his own semantics sometimes. I'm sure he does. Okay.
For the people on the panel, you don't have to answer if you don't want, but if you could be any type of bird, what kind of bird would you be?
I would be I'd be a raven.
Can I pick a middle finger?
Nice.
Ravens are wickedly intelligent. They are attracted to shiny things, and they are black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sums me up pretty well.
That's a toss up. It's either going to be some form of raptor or some form of corvid.
Yeah, corvids, 100%.
Yeah, corvids are amazing. Corvids are absolutely amazing, but raptors are pretty badass because you'd be like stellar sea eagle or like a harpy.
Right.
You know,
I think you're more like a seagull.
Mine?
Those are
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Mine?
Mine. It's like the live stream goes up and I pop up out of the corner. Mine.
Mine.
So,
I love how they come out of the side. Ed?
But of the bird, like crows are badass. Like they're they're crazy awesome. Like their reasoning
They will
capacity.
teach their babies, like if you piss them off, they will teach their babies to hate you.
Yes, they recognize. That's what's wild is that corvid evolution has allowed corvids. That this is like jackdaws, ravens, crows, of the corvids to they reason almost on the level of primates. The difference is that they don't have the evaluative capabilities that primates have, which is because they lack the structure of like the prefrontal cortex that we have. So they're reasoning like we do in problem solving and linear thought progression and spatial problem solving, shit like that. But they don't evaluate like we do, which is why they can be like they can say if I take like a shiny thing and the shiny thing if a crow brings me something and I reward it with something, it will recognize the reward process and it will go out and actively look for similar things to bring to me. So they recognize the linear thought, the linear problem solving, the linear issue, but they don't really evaluate. So they can't evaluate the shiny thing they're bringing you. They're just bringing you a shiny thing. And so the evaluative process is there, but they reason like I've seen videos of crows making hooks out of like twine and like wire they'll find tools, wire and they'll make it, they'll literally bend it into a hook in order to grab something they need that they can't reach themselves. That's primate level problem solving. That's like chimpanzee shit. And this is a bird. So
if they had opposable thumbs, they'd run the world.
Cetaceans do the exact same thing. So do octopus. So do the octopi, or cephalopods. So. And like we see like making tools, problem solving, spatial awareness, shit like that. It's amazing stuff. So they just they're just not like us, which is pretty cool.
I would say a raven. I like ravens. At some point in my life, I'm gonna get a raven as a pet. See how that goes.
I'd say a crow because it justifies my love of The Cure.
Wow.
Any Alex Proyas 1990s fans in here? Yeah, The Crow. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to be a crow because I love KMFDM.
Wow.
I'm so angsty.
Come on, Brandon Lee love.
I love that movie.
Do not watch
it can't rain all the time.
Yeah, it can't rain all the time. What are you supposed to be, a clown? Sometimes, it's like sometimes.
He's like, I'm on the spot again. God damn it.
That's a tough question for me because I
have favorite vibes from you.
I'm a raven guy for the most part, but I understand the value of like most birds of prey. Like I will sit out fascinated watching, like we have hawks around here and just watching them circle and they're looking for something probably as small as a mouse, but they're way up there and they can see it. And I'm fascinated as to how they do that. They do these different circles and they keep coming back and they actually cover a pattern in an area of ground that's fairly large. And then all of a sudden, bam, gone. And they're down and they're on the ground. I just find that fascinating. But yeah, I think I like ravens better than crows because they're more paired. They don't like flock with people. So they're more
I
of
can see
a.
it's kind of like a Haas, like a Haas eagle. The Haas
Yeah.
eagle is the largest eagle that ever lived. But then again, I'm also discounting ratites because ratites are pretty badass too. And ratites are your emus, your ostriches, your cassowaries, kiwis, stuff like
they're
that.
bad.
And cassowary, I would
I've
take
always loved
cassowary.
birds, so.
I'm ornery like a cassowary, you know.
Yeah.
I should
I
say
can
a
see
close
that.
second would be an owl of some description.
Yeah, owls
cool.
are interesting, and I find it interesting that they're credited with wisdom and smarts, but they're not the smartest bird.
They're not. Yeah, they're not. That's why I had to go. I had to go raven, but owls are kind of my spirit animal.
Yeah,
well, I mean, we all saw Secret of NIMH when we were kids. So the owl was like
it's Archimedes, the highly educated owl.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, not to mention.
I want to show you
Who?
a video.
What?
Yeah, when they were doing when he was doing this, he's kind of feathering it out. I said, no, he needs to be fluffy. He needs to be like puffed up and pissed off. It's like, no, fluffier, like the whole time. Like, no, he's not fluffy.
My goodness.
then you have Bubo.
The tattoo artist was like, what the fuck is wrong with this chick? But no, he needs to be fluffier. He needs to be all full of puff and stuff, you know.
And then you got Bubo.
Hey,
Bubo, the owl from Clash of the Titans. The mechanical owl that saved the
most
day.
annoying sidekick of all time.
The owl in like the 100-acre wood, really smart too. Like, yeah.
I prefer the owl in Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim.
Yeah, that owl was scary.
That owl is badass.
He was scary.
Share my screen
Steps
really
on that
quick.
spider. I'm like,
Earl, let me share this video. Earl, share my screen.
yes.
It's really short and it's funny. Hopefully.
How are you doing? Where is he? Let me zoom in on him.
Oh God, I know where this is going.
Now think about it.
Oh no.
Think about how long this guy was watching to be able to do this. Oh my God. I mean, the dad was able to follow him the whole way.
And that was
Isn't that crazy?
Christmas, too.
I'm telling you, that hawk had been circling that place for weeks. He knew that there was a free meal there, and he was just waiting for it.
Yeah. I admit, there's few things as funny as kids learning hard life lessons. It's like that's a tough one. That's a tough one. It's like.
I grew up in West Michigan with hunters and everything around, so I learned a lot of those lessons really quick. So,
you see, if I'd done that, I would have followed the hawk, and then I would immediately cut back to the kid's face, and then I would have cut in with the Lion King circle of life. So.
But yeah, it's I don't know. I just find that interesting. But that hawk had been circling for quite a while. He knew there was going to be something up.
Biding his time.
just
waiting for that little mouse.
Oh, they left it all alone and they walked away. Here I go.
Yeah. There was there's where I grew up, they have ospreys that nest. They actually they build nests next to the electrical lines because they want to try to nest in those electrical lines, and they get, it's not a good time. So they build little just standalone really tall areas so that the osprey can nest. And when my mom's dog was a baby puppy, I mean, she was like a lump. She was this big, and they were out by the pool, and puppies are, and she's a Labrador, so she was like wanting to get in the pool and like splash around and stuff. And all of a sudden, this osprey comes down. My mom's going, trying to take this puppy away. It was ambitious bird for sure, but yeah, terrified my mother.
There was one of the coolest things I ever saw. Where I live extremely rurally, and so there's lots of wildlife. You see all kinds of varmints. See skunks and possums, raccoons, and all kinds of stuff all over the place. But one of the coolest things I ever saw was, I'm pretty sure it was a rough-legged hawk. It might have been a Swainson's hawk, but because they're kind of similar. But I was driving down with the stretch of road that leads out to my property, and I saw this hawk that was on the ground that was kind of like wings up, and I was like, "Oh, damn! Is that hawk injured?" I was like, crap. So, but I was driving up and I was getting closer. I just saw its wings kind of in the air. And I was like, oh, crap, I hope that bird's not injured. And then the sucker took off. And no, it wasn't injured. It had what I estimate to be probably like a 4-foot-long black king snake that it had caught.
Oh,
and so it had it. And I think it was trying to get a grip on it before it took off. And then I was like, and then so all I see is this hawk going with this massive snake like flinging around. I was like, that's freaking awesome. It's like, that was cool. And then ran it up into a tree and did its thing. This was sweet.
Nice.
Yeah.
Why do you ask, Miss Terry?
I don't know. It's just a party question. You know, you get to know.
I love it. I love it. Thank you.
Birthday party, I was like, let me pull out one of my questions.
You should have asked which one we most resemble, because I have cranes around here. I'm kind of tall.
I got egret vibes.
Yeah,
Totally.
So, like there's like several cranes that make this part of West Michigan their home. So
we have blue
swamps and stuff.
Probably most resemble. Oh man, I have to think about that.
I was Black's asking what mine would be. I guess an eagle. I think they're pretty cool. That's about it.
They are cool.
Yeah.
Big too, a lot bigger than people think.
You got so many cool ones. You've got like obviously the bald eagle. You've got the golden eagle. You've got I'm actually partial to the harpy. I think the harpy is cool as hell. The stellar sea eagle is a big badass bird that it's like an eagle that hunts in the ocean. So there's videos of those things taking sharks and stuff, which is really, really sweet. I mean, there's a bunch of cool ones that are out there.
Wow. You got any more fun questions, Terry?
Oh, I got tons. What is your favorite conspiracy theory?
Oh, I already have it. I'm locked and loaded on this one.
Go for it.
No, we know. Go ahead.
Your favorite one.
Okay, so this is my favorite one.
One that you believe, or one that you just enjoy, like.
You don't have to believe it. You're just into it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is one I'll admit that I believe, because everyone's got the justification, but I hold to the conspiracy that there is a concerted effort amongst the small portion of the population, especially here in America, that controls the wealth. There is a concerted effort to control access to education, to higher forms of education, especially in this country, so that those individuals that control that wealth and can maintain a manual labor workforce generation to generation, that they continue to make their monies off the backs of. And so basically what I'm saying is that the rich people are making a concerted effort to keep people as dumb and unskilled as possible, so that they will always have a generationally rotating workforce for the corporations that they run and continue to make money off the backs of, and ensure that no one ever is able to rise to the level to compete with them.
Bro, that's not a conspiracy. That's reality. What are you talking about?
I was going to say, isn't that every country that's ever existed with an aristocracy? I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, but stating that they're doing it, that they are collectively doing it on purpose, is where the conspiracy lies. And we could say that it's possible, but we'd have to, in order for it to be true, they'd all have to admit that that's what they're doing. But I see the effects of this. And I'm kind of like, and it seems to be over the past like some 40, 50 years, that seems to be the direction it's going. And I'm kind of like, what if there is a concerted effort amongst what we would call the elites? Those individuals who control the wealth, who by virtue of controlling corporations that make them money, make them millions and billions of dollars, to ensure that that other individuals in the nation don't have access to by increasing tuition costs and various other things, control access to education, so they never get the skills they need and the knowledge they need to elevate their position and compete with them. So they end up taking manual labor jobs, low skill labor jobs for the companies that these people own. And when they die, their kids are in the same boat, and they just repeat the cycle. So you have this conveyor belt of manual labor fueling the money that is actually keeping these people in place. And that's what I see. I mean,
that's a political theory. That's a political theory right there, by the way, that I studied. So I'm not sure how much of conspiracy. I'm not sure how much of conspiracy theory it is, but there we go.
Mod?
Yeah.
What's your favorite?
Oh, conspiracy theory. I don't know. Would it be one that I believe or just out of all of them? Because I don't know if I want to look at. Okay, let me think.
Terry said it can be one that you
Probably the
believe
Mandela effect.
or one that you enjoy engaging
I
with.
like the Mandela effect because I like to pick it apart, but I don't believe it. So that's my favorite.
Oh, whoa. Okay, can I ask though, what do you remember Berenstein being spelled with an A or an E?
Yes.
No, I know that one. I do know that one. But
I never read those books, so they were way. I was way more advanced by the time that those books were even like.
You're asking me. I can't read now, Terry. Come on.
Jeez. Another really popular Mandela effect. What about
the Lion and the Lamb?
Kit Kat.
The what?
The what?
Kit Kat. Did Kit Kat have a hyphen between Kit and Cat at one point? The Kit Kat candy bars?
No,
I don't know.
They might have.
I think so.
Yes and no. I've lived long enough to I think I saw it both ways.
That one messed me up because I have a memory of Kit Kat having a hyphen.
I have Kit Kats in my refrigerator. Does it have a hyphen or not?
No, it doesn't.
They don't have them anymore.
I tell you, it used
to.
to. In my mind, it did. In my memories, it did.
I like the dark chocolate mint ones.
Oh, I haven't tried those.
I'm dark chocolate and mint.
Well, Fruit of the Loom, did it ever have a cornucopia on it? The Fruit of the Loom.
I just heard this one the other day. I just heard that one.
Yes.
There's also the fruit of the Loom one.
Yeah.
So there's one with the cornucopia.
Yeah.
But that one was easily.
I remember a cornucopia, but it's not. They say it's never been there.
Yeah,
it's just little fruits that are lined up.
Yeah, but there was a brand. There was a brand that did have a cornucopia, but it wasn't for underwear. That's
in the little basket.
That's
Is that the name for that?
It's the cornucopia thing with the fruit in it. So the Fruit of the Loom is just the arranged fruit. And then there's another company that did something completely different that actually had cornucopia with fruit in it, and people were just conflating the two.
Yeah, I like that about Mandela effect too, is because you get people talking and then they start being like, hearing different ones, and they're like, "Whoa!" You get to see
looking it up. Yeah.
Jif, I think Jif, the peanut butter. There was one around that too.
Yeah, that has one too.
Jiffy. Do you remember there being a Jiffy peanut butter?
It's Skippy. It's Skippy.
Yes,
it's actually Skippy.
Right.
It's a human mind taking those two and putting them together.
Right.
Sure. Well, I come from the E universe, so I don't agree.
See,
I only eat Jif, but
for me, it says I can't shake this memory that I am like that I was once considered seriously awesome in the world, but I'm not. But I can't shake this memory that I was. So apparently, the universe did fundamentally alter to some degree, and now I'm no longer as awesome as I think I was.
I am that awesome because that's my birthday.
It's your birthday, so you are that awesome.
Yes, you are.
I'm a royal pain in the ass. That's the way I like it.
I heard that. You put a pain in everyone's ass.
I do.
Pretty much.
The best kind of pain in my ass.
Oh my.
Somebody likes begging.
I think the conspiracy theory I don't believe in any conspiracy theories that I know of. The Kennedy assassination is a little sus, but there's nothing there that I can grab a hold of, and I honestly think it's kind of boring. But Flat Earth, I'm a sucker for Flat Earth. It cracks me up. It's so funny. I watched Grayson's stream today.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like that. I like that guy.
Yeah, I
really like that guy.
He's very smart. He's easy on the eyes.
No, I mean the other guy. But yeah, all that's true about Grayson.
Yeah. And he's articulate and very kind. He's not he's not grumpy, which I think is there's too many grumpy atheists.
JL's
in
like,
this
am I the
community.
grumpy one?
No. I mean, no. I'm just. I was sitting there. No, I was rolling in my head. It's just like flat Earth is like it was novel at one point, but it's so
People get too mad.
It's so fundamentally stupid.
It's so stupid.
I don't know why anybody. I mean, the level of extremes you have to go to, like the break in one's epistemology that one would have to hold.
I love watching the brain melt that happens to both sides. It's just
that's why
it's wonderful to watch.
It's so mind-numbing. I mean, literally, it's so mind-numbingly dumb that.
But I'm one of those people that I used to sit at the bar with a pack of cigarettes and just watch the fucking shit burn down. Like, I just love people watching and just watching. Well, I mean,
the thing that gets me is
two people go at it. It's just like
I cannot comprehend. I have difficulty comprehending how a person can maintain that level of a break in their epistemology. We're talking like the size of the Grand Canyon and still be like functionally operative. It's so bad that I'm inclined to believe that they're just doing it because they recognize that it gets a rise out of people. Because when you break it down to its fundamentals, there's a standard of epistemology that people have. That standard of epistemology should be consistent across the board for all things. And if you start comparing their standard of epistemology when it comes to things like the flat Earth and other things like germ theory of disease, atomic theory of matter, tectonic theory, or various other stuff, you realize that if they held to this one and accepted these things on that standard, but they reject it for this, then how are they justifying that? Because the gulf is so wide, they're either trolling or they can't walk, or they fundamentally shouldn't be able to walk and breathe simultaneously. They're as useful as a white fucking crayon.
Oh shit!
So, and I'm sorry. I'm gonna be flat out honest with it. Okay.
Oh, you gotta be flat honest, huh? Damn.
Good catch.
Oh.
I like seeing how red I can make Earl. That's what I like seeing. Okay. Eventually, you won't be able to tell the difference between her and her shade of lipstick. It's going to be fantastic.
She is turning a bit red.
It makes me laugh. It makes me think. I'm so pale that like any kind of emotion just sort of shines through real fast. It is fundamentally fucked up. Just because a sunset, a simple sunset, disproves all of flat Earth, and the logical gymnastics that are involved in I don't understand. I mean, it's
Olympic level gymnastics.
It's Olympic level. Yeah. I do not understand how people can. I mean, the sun. Like, if this was a flashlight, that's what this would be, because otherwise we would never see nighttime. There would never be a night. There's nobody holding a directional beam of light like down on like a pizza. Like, this is not happening.
There's actually a conversation that I've wanted to have a conversation with a flat earther for some time now, because looking at this thing, ultimately, I don't think it's a science thing. I don't think it's a science issue or even a government issue. I think it comes down to a theological position is what it is, because there's a conversation I would like to have with the flat earther to ask them, because there's a question that I have that I've never heard answered, and that is, and if there was a flat earther wants to try and tackle it, what is the logical contradiction in the earth being a sphere? Like, what is, if you're talking about logic, they're saying like the earth can't be a sphere. The implication is that that's logically contradictory, that it is impossible for that to be true. But the question then becomes, well, please show the logical contradiction in the earth being a sphere. So if the Earth is a sphere, the Earth is flat. If it's impossible for the Earth to be a sphere, what's the logical contradiction there? And so if you're predicating your assessment, your basically assertion that there's a logical contradiction solely upon your individual perspective, well, there's going to be a lot of problems there because you're only referencing yourself and you're not referencing anything external of yourself. So this comes down to logical consistency. And if they're even consistent in their own worldview and their application of their epistemology. And I think you can dive down into that and get into the whole reasons why faith is not an epistemological tool, why you can't derive these things. And so,
yeah.
And I don't think there's a flat earther that has the balls to actually engage on that.
Well, probably not.
Now you're gonna but
No.
I don't, because every time I've asked that question a couple of times and they've automatically muted me. They're going to be like, we don't address that. We don't address that kind of stuff here. We address the side of you're not. I'm going to the heart of the issue, the heart of the worldview position. And that is, what is the logical contradiction? Where is the contradiction in simply this proposition that indicates this proposition is impossible? That's what I want to know. And if they can't identify it, then they have to at minimum concede that it is logically possible for the Earth to be a sphere. And if they acknowledge that logical possibility, yet still reject it out of hand, what are they appealing to external of themselves in order to make that rejection? And so that's where you get into the break in the epistemology. Because if they hold the standard that's actually where
I appreciated the guy that came on Grayson's stream today, because he did
where's he at?
He did say that evidently after the final experiment he was like, okay, it's round, and now he's got yet another model that he's looking into, but the grasp, I guess I just don't understand, because I've never had this happen to me before, where you believe something so fundamentally that it's true that not believing it honestly kind of would break you as a human.
Right.
I've never had that level of, I've never really had that level of conviction in just about anything, that if I found out that it was not true, that my whole worldview would fall apart.
Right. It's like that. That's going along those lines. Exactly where you're going.
But lots of you have.
The idea that if we engage the hypothetical, what if the Earth is a sphere? What do they believe is logically entailed by the Earth being a sphere? Like they're saying it's impossible. Okay. Well, if it is logically possible, then what do they think, or what have they been convinced is logically entailed by it being a sphere? And so if they say if the Earth is a sphere, then that means that the Bible is wrong. And if the Bible is wrong, then God does not exist. No. Reasoning that doesn't follow.
That doesn't follow.
That is not logically sound. So,
but they've linked the two. So
yeah, I want to parse that out to determine to determine where the break in their epistemology is, and are they just putting the shit together in order to justify some sort of personal intuition about their specialness of humanity? And that's where I think it ultimately is all deriving from. It's this idea that human beings are special, that we are unique amongst the universe. And it's completely unfounded. And so I want to know if that's where if we drill down to it, I predict that that's where it's grounded in the sense of specialness.
I'm pretty special. I don't know about you.
See, now I never say that kind of shit. I don't think I'm special at all. I don't ever say shit like that.
You're pretty special too, Maud. No.
Besides,
compared to everything else out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not like that. I don't think like that.
Like Bond is saying, globe Earth hypothesis is trying to hide God. That doesn't logically follow, because it is logical, because you could say that there could be, it's logically possible that there is a creating entity that kicked the football in the universe and then fucked off with no evidence left of its existence, and the Earth is still a sphere. So these two things, a God concept or a creating entity, would still be a logical possibility with the Earth being a sphere. These things are not mutually exclusive. Right.
I
So
think Bond was just being sarcastic.
Right.
I don't think he was serious.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, but he's making the point.
Yeah.
I would say that one of the interesting conspiracy theories, and this is something that is pretty niche. It's about the assassination of President Lincoln. It being a conspiracy of the government to do it, mainly after he decided to emancipate black people, and it was some sort of
Hmm.
a plant, like his intentions to do so was announced or made clear, and so in order to basically stop the progression, they planted a
Well, it
a
worked.
Andrew Jackson, I think that was his name.
Yeah.
Was his vice president, right? He was more so in line with the Southern cause, and it would make sense that they would do that if they wanted a president who would basically reverse all of the changes that would come as a result of the North winning the war.
So yeah, I'm not so sure that's a conspiracy, but I think there is a historical theory that goes that direction. So there's some letters and correspondence that kind of link up with that. It definitely played into the Southerners' favor.
The war of northern aggression is definitely, I'd say, a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at
I've lived in the South my whole life, and I've learned that bullshit as a kid. And let me tell you, the logical leaps that
yes,
Southern boys
do.
will go to. It's wow.
Yeah, it's a propagation of the lost cause
Yep.
ideology.
Yep.
But what a lot of people don't understand, for example, was that when they say the South would rise again, right? They didn't mean it in the form of like a civil war. It was never meant like that. It was basically systematically taking control of the government using its system, and then after they take control is to dismantle the system that would allow another party to basically take control from them again.
Like the Republicans are doing today.
Hey, you said
Sounds
it.
familiar. Sounds familiar.
But yeah, that's one of the few conspiracies that I'm actually interested in and I've been looking into for quite some time. The JFK one, oh man, I've read so much shit about that. I don't even think it's worth looking into anymore because first, it was the mafia, then it was, Nazis, then it was the government itself, then it was the CIA. It's all sorts of like weird stuff.
It's the two shooters part
Yeah.
that I get hung up on, because there is some interesting. I'll just say that there's some interesting hypotheses going around about that one, but yeah, I'm not invested in it enough to really be, to really give a shit all that much.
I did hear one.
Used, was a special weapon that was specifically given out by the government.
I did hear one where a guy believes that or a guy was pushing the conspiracy theory that Lyme disease was a biological weapon developed on Plum Island after World War II, or it was deployed or during World War II and was deployed during that. But they were going to use that, but it got loose, and that's why there's Lyme disease in America, which is blatantly false because the guy also believes that the Montauk Project was a real thing. But yeah, I've heard there's some woo guys woo people out there that believe a lot of crazy stuff. But the Lyme disease being a biological weapon is quite hilarious.
But okay, so what are your thoughts? I'm not sure if you've heard about this one. So there was this idea that I came across where the reason America only joined World War II at the end after Europe was destroyed. It was a conspiracy by the captains of industry to basically rebuild Europe and force the US dollar to become the main currency of the world.
That actually happened. We became we became the bank of the entire world, and that's why we're the number one power. Really, is because
it happened,
we bought everybody's debt after. So
the issue is whether it was planned or not, or is that just what happened. That's
I think it was
opportunistic. Well, opportunistic actually makes a lot of sense. To be like America saw an opportunity, and that America's not going to, not going to let an opportunity go by.
We are really good opportunists. Yeah. We look at something and say, "Yeah, let's do that." We're good at it.
The Manhattan deal. The Manhattan deal springs to mind.
Yeah, we know what we're buying.
Yeah. Sorry, Mexico. We'll be taking that and that and some of that and some more of that.
Oh, you don't want this? Thanks. Here's $10 for it. We're good.
Mexico.
Well, I do have one that's always been historically interesting to me, is the whole Masons connection to the founding of America, because I guess I got fascinated by Nicolas Cage and his movies about the Declaration and all that shit. And it's like, so the whole Masonic, all secret society behind the whole founding of the government, and as a political science guy,
I think it's real, but I don't think it's bad. I think it's good.
Well, I don't know. It's because the Masons are an interesting group because they are still here and they are still very secretive. Okay, they're
usually judges and police and something in the government.
In power. Yeah,
they're always maneuvering into places of power and influence.
My dad was a Mason.
Because it's all men. It's secret. It's among men. They're
that
kind
was.
Why
women can't keep their mouth shut?
That's my father's Masonic ring. So
for real?
He passed away back in 2004, but he was a Mason, and when he passed away, they offered to legacy me and my brother in, and my brother considered it. I really didn't, because I didn't have the time. It was like I was doing my own stuff, and I was in school, and I was like, I just don't. And I'd been in Scouts. I'd got my Eagle Scouts. I'd been Scouts for 10 years. I was like, I just don't have time for another club, to be a part of something. And they're like, well, if you want to, your dad was, so we can legacy you in. And I'm like, okay. And my brother was like, oh, that sounds so cool. But I was like, I just don't have the time, for doing it. And but my brother got his watch and I got his ring. So those the two remnants of that.
I've just found how that just lingers and stays generation after generation, that the Masons are up to something, that they've been guiding, and they're up to something. So,
secret society.
What's the one out west that all the bajillionaires do that wasn't
Bohemian Grove.
Bohemian Grove. Yes, God, that freaks me out. Bunch of guys running around
societies that fascinate me. I think a true secret society, you wouldn't know they existed. You would not know
they're
they
a secret
existed.
Society, so they can't confirm or deny what people say about them. So they can say they're in control of all the evil, and they just have to go with it, and not say anything.
Yeah. Another one is Skull and Bones. The
Skull
families
and Bones,
part of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Skull and Bones.
Well, I think Washington spies. That offshoot from the American Revolution, individuals that are tied to those efforts and undermining the efforts of the crown. So, I mean, there's all kinds of it. The idea is that the fear of the unknown is that groups that are getting together and, especially of a particular group, like they're rich or they represent something, getting together and discussing things in secret. The insular nature of the Jews is one of the things that fueled anti-Semitism, because they kept
to themselves.
They kept to themselves. And so when they keep to themselves and they only support themselves and they only deal with themselves, and the businesses they buy are Jew friendly and they are kind of like standoffish to other people, well, there's a reason for that. They're protecting themselves. But that insular nature puts other people off and they become the out group, hence why they're persecuted to the degree that they are. this goes for secret societies as well. For whatever reason, what are they planning behind those closed doors? Nothing. It's a freaking group. Doing their thing.
Yeah. If they were a
I
true
always blamed it on
society,
nosy
I think
wives.
you would know. Yeah, nosy wives. That might be it.
Azo.
This is, Azo, this is why we keep you around.
Exactly.
This is legit why we keep you around.
The dad jokes. I love the
dad jokes, and it makes me feel.
What's a pirate? What's a pirate's favorite letter? You'd think it was R. You think it was R, but it's actually the C.
I never heard that one.
All right. Well, wrap this up. What should I do for this next year? What advice do you have for me? Give me your wisdom. I demand it. It's my stream, goddamn.
Let JL go first, so we can all talk after him.
I'm gonna be honest. I got no nose. You handle it. You do your thing, or I love the way you do your thing, and I don't see any reason that you would change anything. You keep doing what you're doing.
Good answer. That was a really good answer.
Well, hot damn.
Damn, what am I gonna say now?
Fuck yeah.
Now I don't want to go after him. You guys go.
You're gonna eat that there, Mon.
I'll go.
Okay.
What you can do is just marry me and I'll simp for you forever.
Wow.
Oh, honey.
We got a new Lupin on our hands.
Hey, listen, at least I admit it.
This was my engagement ring. Wear it every day. Because fuck that man, but jewelry's too pretty to put in a box. So I just resized it. So now it's on my middle finger.
Hey, my favorite bird.
Yep, resized it just to tell him.
I think you should just do what you're doing now and not give a shit. And don't change your blog either. Leave it the way it was. That's how you felt. Don't bend the knee for them guys.
Sure enough.
You're already gonna do that or not do that. So anyway, that's
I'm gonna rearrange one thing, but
well, I agree with the writing part on your blog. I wouldn't change too much unless it's things. But the thing I've learned about writing for me is if it's not expressing everything I truly think and feel, then I'm in the wrong. So if I'm holding something back, and I appreciate that about yours because you don't hold much back. And I think that's what I appreciate you about it as a person. So as somebody who's fellowly autistic, it's nice to see somebody who's far more open and things like that than I am. So it's like it's a trick.
I've had a lot of practice, but I also decided a long time ago that I just don't care.
Yeah, I've gotten to that point.
I used to when you already overanalyze every aspect of your existence. Sometimes you just have to say fuck it and just let it out. And does it get me in trouble? Yeah. Does it do it pretty often? Yeah. But you grow a thick skin and you just sort of shake it off.
Fun. That's what makes it fun. But then again, I thrive on.
I love getting knickers in a twist, man. I just
thrive on controversy. I do.
Me too.
I thrive on it. So
I absolutely do.
Controversy and conflict. That's my warm little blanket that I wrap myself up in at night.
He ain't lying either. He is not lying.
It's so snuggly. It's just the
I just know that there's someone out there who's going like that motherfucking Jay. Right before he goes to sleep, he's like that motherfucker with the goddamn beard. Fuck that.
I was just thinking that 5 minutes ago.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
but yeah, I wouldn't change a thing, Earl. You're doing fine. You're doing very fine.
Yeah, I was looking for honest feedback, and all you guys are doing is
you know
puffing
me.
up my ego.
I can't be anything but honest. There's a reason I was attracted to your stuff in the first place. So
how do you improve upon perfection?
Yes, I mean that's
How
a
indeed.
good challenging question. Good challenging question.
Carrie, what you got for me?
You could always review your expenses and see if
This
there's
is actually a good idea.
anything that you can cut and then invest that money into stocks.
Retirement account.
Oh yeah, something like that. Find some way to pay yourself this year.
Oh,
Listen,
that's a
Get
good
back
idea.
to
Excellent
yourself.
advice.
Yeah.
Excellent advice. And something I actually do need to do.
Yeah, it's a good time when the year's ending to kind of look at things and be like, okay, how much did I spend doing this? Or what is this subscription I don't need? Or, you know.
And this is the first full year that I've done fill-in full-time. So I've been working for myself as an independent contractor, which means that my taxes are super fun. So yeah, reevaluating some expenses because I am expensive.
That's right. And you're only going to get more expensive with every year, you know?
Yeah. Oh my God, my health insurance. Holy shit. $688 a month.
Oh man.
It's brutal.
Don't kill anyone over it.
Mm.
That's the only advice I can give.
Let's not be executing any CEOs over that, though.
I can't.
The healthcare in prison is good. I mean, it's good stuff.
It's not bad.
I've cleaned their teeth before.
I'm surprised we didn't get into that, you know?
Right.
Because
socialized medicine things.
Luigi's right, you know, in that respect. So
I'm
gonna be looking forward to the trial. I may actually live stream the trial because that's gonna be that's definitely gonna be one I'm gonna watch. How they're gonna put together a jury, I have no idea. I don't. It's like,
although I thought that about the Derek Chauvin trial too, because it was so
people that do not pay attention,
and everybody was inside.
You think Trump's gonna free him?
What?
Chauvin?
Do you think it's gonna happen? Do you think Trump's gonna pardon him?
Is he being charged federally?
I don't know.
I don't think he's being charged federally for anything.
No, I think that's a state crime. So
Dang.
it'd be the governor.
Imagine what would get kicked off.
But wait, they pardon like drug dealers and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, if they cross,
and then
state
it depends.
lines.
Did he live in the same state as the guy he killed? I don't know. I never
think so.
There were federal penalties in that, and the federal sentence was 21 years imprisonment. State sentence was 22.5 years. He's currently incarcerated at FCI Big Spring. So yeah,
somebody crazy might be watching.
He could either I guess he could. I mean, technically he could. I mean,
That's possible, I guess. Yeah. I don't think he would, though.
I don't think that Trump would touch that.
The dude thinks he can buy Greenland, so there's no telling what's going to happen. If he did, but if he did,
thinks he can buy Earth.
I mean, if Trump pardoned him, would we be surprised?
Not if we give Wales citizenship.
We made it all the way back. That was great. That was awesome. I hate to say it, Neil. That was good.
Oh boy!
If that comment was actually referencing what I said, which it wasn't, then sure, because what she said is not entailed by what I was stating. Which is
but it was funny.
It was a joke.
Well, no, it would have been funny. It would have been funny if it was consistent. So
I won, by the way. Earl's redder than her lipstick.
Jokes are funny when they're logically consistent. You know.
Outstanding.
I mean, that statement was kind of like platypuses look funny because Pluto's orbit is elliptical. It's like
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
The only one that's not getting that
He's
joke
trying
is
to
you,
figure it out.
JL.
Yeah.
We're all of us are laughing about it. It's good.
I mean, absurdity does have its place in humor as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right in the middle.
You're the only one not laughing. So that's proof.
That says something.
He's like, I cannot let this conversation end like this.
Well, no, I mean,
he's still stroke beard moment.
Well, they're probably. I mean, no, Bond was like jokes. He said jokes need to be logically consistent. Bruh. There is a humor to that, but the blanket statement that you made is not what I said. It was not. It was not implied by what I said. So. That's why I'm kind of like, well, you're having to make a logical leap for the punchline, and it's not consistent, which is why
I'm just doing it to make myself look dumb because it's funny, right?
Oh boy.
Oh god. On that.
Okay, I'm done explaining the joke. I'm sorry about it. I'll never do it again.
When you explain it, it's no longer funny.
It seems like it's getting funnier to everyone, so I don't know.
Oh, it is getting funnier because he doesn't get the joke.
I'm failing to see how my pointing out that it's not what I said is like that's why it's not funny to me.
Are you serious?
I'm failing to see how that's cope. So
it's okay. It's okay, bro. It's okay.
Okay. Oh,
there's no cope. Are you serious? Or are you being? You're being serious. You are being serious.
I am being serious. Like it's literally there's no logical connection there. I'm having
Throw
to
me out, Earl.
jump. I'm having to jump to something in order like that. If other people, I mean, maybe my mentality in that is that it needs to be consistent in order to be funny. But that would be my personal standard. That's why I didn't find it funny.
Consistent. What?
Because I was talking about rights. Not citizenship. The two are not the same.
Right.
I know.
So
she was making fun of herself.
So
she knows.
So yeah. So I'm kind of like, eh.
She was making fun of herself though. And it was funny.
Man, he is trying to figure it out. He wants to laugh about this. I think.
No, because I mean, even self-deprecating humor, even self-deprecating
Damn,
humor.
honey.
So,
we're the autistic ones.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking me and Earl should be the ones not laughing at this. Come on.
Yeah, right. You might be wrong this whole time.
My whole dynamic, I'm just overthinking everything. Like, why am I'm laughing and not him? And
well, I know what it is. It's because I cut him off and he was trying to make a point, and I'm sorry about that. And you probably don't remember what your point was now. So it's been a while.
For your next stream.
Yes.
Can you put as a subtitle, "Whale Lives Matter"?
Okay, so that's actually kind of funny. That's funny. That makes sense. That tracks. That tracks, and that was funny. So I'll laugh at that one. So yeah. See, that's logical consistency. So
well,
you're killing me, Smalls.
You're killing me, Smalls. Oh, it's my daughter's favorite line.
Now that I'm officially very pink.
Yeah, the shades are hard to it's hard to tell the difference, that's for sure.
Do you see my fancy contacts? Aren't they cool?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
You see what Wes put there. That's the right way to say that. What Wes put in this chat, that would be funny. Now that we're beyond it, that's how what West is writing in there. That's the way that should have been presented. If that had been presented that way, that would have been humorous. But
It's
Earl.
not funny if you're Welsh.
I thought we were the ones that overthought things.
I know, right? Man.
They're supposed to be sitting there going, wow.
I'm gonna be the whale girl from here on out.
That's
There have
funny.
been so many times
That's funny.
somebody will say
That's a
something,
funny
and
statement.
because I take things so literally, like it's obnoxious.
I love people like that too.
When I used to mod on the line, I got Cookies was the head mod, and somebody would say some smart ass something in the chat, and like I'd be ready to be like, what do you mean by that? You know, and she'd be like, it's a joke, honey. Just to keep me from like running off the rails, because like I would take it so just at face value what they were saying, and it's got me in so much trouble. I tried really hard, but and I can say, you know, when I can see your face, I can do sarcasm, and I am myself quite sarcastic, but
True. Me too.
trying to sometimes when somebody says stuff, wait, was that because that literally over figuratively?
Literally, figuratively, was that a
Now we're
joke?
overthinking.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, am I supposed to be
I do
laughing
this
or am
all
I
the
supposed to be
time.
angry? I can't decide which one it is.
Trying to figure it out.
And I'm ready for both. Oh, man. All right.
Well, this was a lot of fun.
This was a
This
lot of
was
fun.
great. This was hilarious. I had a great time.
Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you for coming. I admit I thought nobody was going to show up and I was going to be here all by myself.
That would not happen.
And I am very thankful for all of you and all of you in the chat and for all the birthday love I have gotten today. It is now officially 12:01. It is no longer my birthday, so we're going to bugger off. So
happy birthday.
Thank you guys. Have a good one. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Mm.